dependent of your loving. You got me hooked, babe, since way back when we were just friends. Yeah, I knew our loving wasn't for pretend. You know my loving's yours till the end, baby. La da da. Yeah, no one's gonna take you from me, 'cause you can never ever be replaced. It's you who brightens up my days, baby. La da da. Yeah, no one's gonna take you from me, 'cause you can never ever be replaced. It's you who brightens up my days, baby. Baby, 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 So baby, now you know what's the deal. I've done bagged everything up and kept it sealed. I know my love for you will outlast through time. In the long run, its true colors will shine. Now let's take a minute for a sweet reminisce. Back to days when young loving was at its best. Earning balconies and messing up that cute dress. Taking naked drives, yeah, we almost got arrested on my baby. Yeah, you and I, hey, we don't need no alibi to live our lives the way we do. Straight up could do on my baby. Yeah, you and I, hey, we don't need no alibi to live our lives the way we do. Straight up could do, la da da. Yeah, no one's gonna take you from me, 'cause you can never ever be replaced. It's you who brightens up my days, baby. La da da. Yeah, no one's gonna take you from me, 'cause you can never ever be replaced. It's you who brightens up my days, baby. Baby, 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 my baby, baby, you got me singing.
Playing all your go-to jams. Breeze 93.9 FM.
KFC on the mic, KFC.
Really wish I could stay.
Signa uli di sombranza tanmak e zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi con una sugi airi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentanu iti man ko badi
Chamoru Politanota Kantai Matuno Nyagitoru Iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpara Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpara Toru I tempo I paz Paraita Zangin na bendition Contra biligo na vansa fuam Jus proteis langom Contra biligo na vansa fuam Jus proteis langom
Good. Hold on, I had coffee in my throat. Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning.
Right
It
on.
is a good morning.
It is a great morning.
May I even say it is a golden morning?
Oh, it's golden, like golden medal.
Yeah, mabuhay ang binabati kita.
Yes.
If you guys go on NBC Olympics and look at the medal count, scroll down and you now see the Philippines ends a 97-year drought of gold medals in the Olympics because Hidelin Diaz won the country's first gold medal. She was 3 kilograms off the world record.
Wow.
And she burst into tears, and she is coached by Julius Naranjo, who is from Guam. He's he's Philam,
That's right.
but he was born and raised on Guam. He considers this his home. He's a friend of ours. You know, we worked with him. He's a brilliant, creative guy. He's a video guy. He got into drones for a while. He's also
Right,
himself a former Olympic weightlifter. But, you know, truly, because Filipinos they are the second largest population demographic on Guam. The PI's win is Guam's win.
Hey, I like it.
And we celebrate this. I mean, and Julius, you know, he
So
has
we
ties-
got a gold medal. Go Team Guam.
Sort of. Hey, but congratulations to the Philippines, man.
Right on. That's what it's all about right there.
Yeah, the last time the PI actually won a gold medal was in 1924, and it was in the 100-meter sprints and the 200-meter sprints.
Wow.
That's the last-
Running sprints?
Yeah,
Okay.
not shin splints. but
No. I
sprints.
thought because they're sprinting with the different. Jay, so the Olympics are on right now,
Yes.
and what else can we expect today with the Olympics?
Well, we got swimming going on right now. Coming because we jump on the air at 10 o'clock. But coming up on 10 o'clock on KUM TV8, Team USA so far 8 gold medals in the pool through the first 2 days of competition, and there's more tonight on TV8. But at 10 a.m., 2-time Olympic gold medalist Lily King and 3-time gold medalist Ryan Murphy. So you remember Ryan Murphy, he competed in the London Games, he competed in Rio, and now he is in Tokyo. They headline the U.S. swimmers as medals will be awarded in the men's 200-meter freestyle, women's 100 backstroke, men's 100 backstroke, and women's 100-meter breaststroke. Also coming up at 10 a.m. Guam time, all-around champion Brody Malone and 3-time Olympian.
Brody Malone.
You will like this because men's gymnastics is coming up. Got the
Why would I
pommel
like
horse
that?
and
Yeah.
the floor routine.
Oh,
and
because
the-
I'm flexible. Because I
Yeah.
used to be able to put my legs behind my
Have
head.
you ever tried to do the rings?
Is that the thing like that?
Yeah, the scientific term for the rings is the rings are freaking hard.
Yeah.
If you've ever tried to do that, I mean,
You mean the Fat Fat Shower?
No, I mean if you can like basically brace yourself and hold yourself up like that, I mean,
Yeah.
I'll shake your hand for that. The rings are hard.
Pretty sure you do more than shake their hand. They got them at Custom. We was
Yeah.
playing around with it now.
Hard.
It's 6:21
So
Tuesday.
again, Hidelin Diaz, she's competed in 4 Olympics now,
Wow.
4 times, 16 years. I mean, obviously she's been working at weightlifting way longer than that, but the 4th time is golden for the Philippines. And so, Joser, how do you feel about this? Joser said that was the very first thing when he woke up this morning at 4 a.m. He said the first thing he did was he broke out his phone and everything like that. Did you wake up the rest of the family with yelling out mabuhay or? No. How did it make you feel though? Like as a proud Filipino. Oh well, he didn't want to wake the wife.
Yeah, he'd get yelled at if he woke up the wife. So he was like, "Boy."
Can you share like some of what this means like to the Filipino people though to actually be on the go, because you're talking about a country that's had Manny Pacquiao took the world by storm. Manny never medaled with golden at least, right? But what does this mean?
Oh, it's big.
It's big.
Huge, bro.
Yeah.
PI is a proud country.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's gonna be greeted like a hero.
Wow.
She will be greeted. Yeah, she'll be treated like.
Does she stay in the Philippines? Okay. Well, that's amazing. We have something here. What's this?
What's that?
That was the interview that Dave Delgado did.
Yeah. So if you guys
With
you
Julia.
Yeah,
guys
let's
wanna
go
run that
display
now?
this. Why not? Let's go. Hey, it's the link, guys. 622 Tuesday, July 27th. The show is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cobble Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. And again, great work from Dave Delgado, the KUAM sports team, working hard this Olympics. So we're going to go ahead and play this interview. Jake, can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah. So this is Guam's own Julius Naranjo. He is Philam, as I said, Filipino American, but he proudly flies the flag. I mean, he wears Guam on his heart. He competed for Guam as a former Olympic weightlifter in Rio, and now he's coaching in the Philippines. You know, like as his heritage and everything like that. But he saw in Heidelin, he said, I saw something special, and I knew this was going to be. She had the heart of a champion. And he could just tell, but like as Dave talks about in this next report and everything like that, he goes, this is a 5-year project, and obviously it is paid off with a gold medal for the Philippines.
Former Team Guam Olympic weightlifter Julius Naranjo is in Tokyo coaching Philippines athlete Heidelin Diaz. Naranjo relocated to the PI in 2018 and started remote weightlifting with athletes.
We basically more so traveled abroad, and we worked with other athletes from different countries. It was really interesting because I got to work with one of the best athletes from the Philippines, and then I get to work with some of the best athletes from other countries, and it just broadened my perspective of how I should adjust, how I should work with programming, how I should understand how elite weightlifters are in this setting.
Julia says it's been challenging at times, but worth the work he's been putting in with the athletes. With the Olympic Games pushed back a year, the preparation was 5 years in the making.
It was quite challenging, but I think the challenge was so that it gave us more time to be the best shape and to kind of go through some of these struggles so that when we compete in the Olympics, it will be more meaningful because of the challenges and everything we have to overcome to get here.
Heidelin Diaz is an Olympic veteran who has competed in the Beijing Games in 2008, London Games in 2012, and was a silver medalist in the Rio Games in 2016. Diaz was also the first female Olympian from the Philippines to medal in the Olympic Games.
Just being here in itself is so amazing. It reminds me of the time I traveled representing Guam back in 2017 in the Asian Indoor Martial Arts Games. Just people always said that this setting, the setting back then in IMAG, was similar to what an Olympics would be. And I'm starting to see it. Of course, it's different because everyone's wearing masks. We test every day, and just following all the precautions because of the general population of Japan not being very keen on having the Olympics.
The goal for Tokyo is to win the Philippines' first gold medal. Regardless of the outcome, stepping onto the podium is something very attainable, says Naranjo. Heidelin is ranked number 2 in the world, right behind China's top lifter.
Even if there's no spectators, the amount of pressure the Olympics brings is something that you don't usually experience. And so, like, first-time Olympians usually get very nervous, but Heidelin's a veteran, so she has all the experience. So I think for where we are right now in terms of preparation, I think we have a very good chance. And yes, our goals are very much attainable.
How did that feel, just seeing the Guam flag there, being at the Olympic Games, being a coach for the Philippines, but still having that Guam tie?
It was always a dream of mine to qualify for the Olympics for Guam, but things happen, and here I am now. So it's this journey was really tough, and just to be able to step on in Tokyo, and to see my flag there, I had to stop and to take that moment to really soak it in, because yes, I'm coaching for the Philippines, but I am Guamanian. I'm from Guam, born and raised. And I always represent my country, and never forget your roots, right? So I am Filipino blood, so of course this I'm doing this for my father's side, and just trying to represent who I am, where I'm from. I want to do big things for my country and for my island.
Make sure to catch the opening ceremony of this year's Olympic Games in Tokyo tonight at 8:55 p.m. on KUAM TV8.
KUAM Sports is brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Sure.
There you go. Like I said, the Philippines win is Guam's win. There's so much of Guam.
That's awesome.
Is incorporating,
I don't care. I think we won a gold too, right?
Absolutely.
They're claiming us. That coach is from Guam. He was in this building. I remember seeing him in here.
Yeah, and I really, really hope that when Heidelin Diaz is receiving her gold medal, and because of social distancing and all the weird stuff that we have to do this year with the Olympics, you actually medal yourself. I mean, the officials bring up, you know, the medal, and then they open like.
Oh,
a
they don't do
little,
like a mass thing? Don't they see mass and mass? They're getting the bread right up there. They
No.
can put a medal on you.
That's a good point, actually.
Oh, gosh.
But with the medal, you basically.
Oh, gosh, I tell you.
You take it out of the box and then you put it on
Golly
yourself.
gee.
Which, when you think about it, maybe even more value. But I hope at some point somebody's shooting that on TV. You know, if somebody captures it on Instagram, I hope they cut to a shot of Coach Julius and everything like that. Because
Man,
certainly
that's-
he played a major
Yeah,
part in this.
yeah.
Tell you what, I am filled with the Philippines, with the Philippine spirit. With the Philippine spirit and the Olympic spirit. So let's do our trivia now. Let's give away a bag.
Okay,
I'm
Jay.
so psyched about the Olympics right now. Okay, so today's trivia, and Bree should like this, and Bree, I hope you get this because this is right up your alley.
Yeah, Bree, I hope you get this too.
My trivia question for you today
Okay,
is about
guys.
gymnastics.
Whoa. 637-0094. That's our phone number. You
Yes.
call it. We're giving away a Breeze reusable shopping bag. So call in if you know the answer, and we'll give you just like that. It's an
And-
awesome bag.
And this is about gymnastics, all right?
All right.
So, can you tell me who was the very first Olympic gymnast to earn a perfect score for a routine? Several people have done it over the years, but who is the very first person to get a perfect score in gymnastics? Scored a perfect 10. No flaws in this routine.
Oh, okay.
Bree, do you think you know? She's writing something
He's
down.
writing it down.
No.
Really?
No.
This is modern era, right?
Well,
Within the last 20 years.
no, I don't want to give it away.
Come on, man. Help us out
No,
here.
it's not. It's not in the last 20 years.
Oh, it's not. So this is like
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so who was the very first Olympics?
Oh,
Call
I
us up,
think I know.
637-0094. If you have to Google it, no problem.
Oh, shoot.
True fans will know this. If you are a Olympic OG.
only true fans.
Yeah. The very first Olympic gymnast. This person made history. This person at the time was also very, very young. There's a hint. Who was the very first Olympic gymnast to earn a perfect score?
Did you guys see that a 13-year-old girl won the gold medal in women's skateboarding?
Yep.
How is that?
Japanese, too, in Japan.
Isn't that crazy?
And also,
Can you imagine all the kids skateboarding and their parents ragging them? Ah, you need to get a real job. You're free skateboarding. Oh yeah, well you want to go to the Olympics?
no, there's also some context. Joser even said a Philippine skater. When skateboarding's big in the Philippines, right?
Yeah.
Joser? Took.
7. Took 7th.
Oh, I thought you said took bronze. Oh, took 7.
7th. Yeah.
Okay, for the heat so far. And
Right
also
on.
in judo, a brother and sister team from Japan also won gold.
Wow.
Brother and sister.
Let's go to the phones.
Yeah. So okay.
The question again. Good morning. Who's this? May I ask your name? Hello. Hello.
Okay. So 637-0094. I need you to tell me who the very first
Good morning.
Olympic gymnast.
Is it Nadia? Couldn't pronounce the last name. Comaneci?
Yes, very, very good.
Wait a
Nadia
sec.
Comaneci, of course, the great Romanian gymnast. She was 14 at the time.
Wow.
In the
Am I right?
You
are
are right.
correct.
You're right.
Congratulations. Okay, now for bonus points, we'll see if we can throw some extra things in your reusable KUM bag, right? Do you know which year that was and where the Olympics games were? It was in the Summer Games, obviously.
Is that 1974?
You know what? Close enough. We're gonna give you. It was,
That was a good year.
1976 in Montreal. Very, very good.
Close.
Of course, Nadia Comaneci, the very first star pupil of legendary gymnast coach Bella Caroli, who then defected to the U.S. and then coached, among other people, Carrie Strug. But Bree's guess was Mary Lou Retton. That's what everybody says. Mary Lou actually scored a perfect 10 in 2 events. She got it on the vault and the floor routine. But
But she
Nadia,
wasn't the
I
first.
started writing down. I put down. I couldn't remember her name. I was like, Natasha.
Na-
No, it's not right.
Yeah, she was right, Natasha. Nadia Comaneci.
Natasha Black Widow. Scarlett Johansson.
Natalia Romanoff. That's a real name.
That is her name.
Okay, so first of all, what's your name and what village are you from? And congratulations on winning.
Right on.
Anthony Galermo from Tamuning.
Hey, Anthony, congratulations, man! You know your stuff when it comes to Olympics. How long have you been watching Olympics, my friend?
every time they have the Olympics.
Nice.
That's good.
Every 4 years, we like to hear that. Okay, so tell you what, we're gonna get your
We are.
we're
Well,
gonna get your contact information, and we'll tell you how you can pick up your bag from us here at KUM. Congratulations again.
Right on, Anthony. Just come by, Anthony. We got your name already.
there you go.
How's the weather in Tamuning, my friend?
It's kind of cloudy and it's kind of cloudy.
All right.
Hey, well, be safe when you drive up here to Harmon. Huh? We want to make sure you get your bag.
All right, thank you.
All right, great job.
Thank you, Anthony.
Everybody says
right,
Mary
bye.
Lou Retton. I've asked this question before, but everybody says Mary Lou.
Well, that's
that,
what my guess was.
that was in 1984 in Los Angeles, but yeah, it was Nadia Comaneci from Romania in '76 in Montreal.
There you go. Jason Solis,
On the
guys.
uneven bars.
He knows his stuff. Did you hear all that stuff he just said that he knew? Wow. You're the man, dude. And we do that Olympic trivia, Jay. We do it every day.
Yeah, we're doing it every day throughout the Tokyo Games.
Right on.
So you can win stuff from us here at KUM.
Awesome. This is the link. It's Tuesday, July 27th, everybody. Here's who's coming up on the show this morning. We're going to tell you a little bit more about the Half a Day podcast, which is on our KUM Podcast Network with our good friend Glenn and Joshy are coming on to talk about this. There are a few episodes in. It's a great podcast. I love it. So lively. Then we're getting Senator James Moylan on this rise. The rise.
There's a public hearing Thursday.
There's a public hearing Thursday. And this is this to raise? What's this public hearing? I'm
I
confused.
believe it's to streamline the application process to get these payments out.
So how does it is it a Moylan bill?
I think one of them is this bill, but
Right.
there's a bunch of different other sponsors, and there's another bill. So
Oh God. So it's one of these where every senator's got a bill to try and pump this out. And I'm telling you guys right now what's going to happen.
because they wanted paid.
Of course, but the governor could just pay it.
She could.
She
She
could.
can.
So they're going to go pass another law that she's going to ignore? Or they're going to pass a law and she's going to say, oh, no, I was ready to pay it, but these senators, they have to meddle. These pesky meddling senators.
She'll probably just veto it.
Or veto it.
Anyway.
Yeah, I know. It just, I mean, I get that they're doing what they...
It'll be interesting, though, to see what happens when you have DOA Director Edward Byrne off island and BBMR off island.
Yeah,
I mean,
so how are they going to
the
call
money men.
anybody, right? Yeah. I mean, no one really knew they were off island, but they are.
Yeah,
So the
nobody
question
knew.
is, who's not in D.C. right now?
Well,
Oh, way
Byrne
to
is
go.
in D.C.,
Okay.
but Lester Carlson is in San Francisco.
For the airport bond,
Refinancing
they always do that in San
something.
Fran, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah, so, whatever.
yeah. We were at Ad Loop yesterday. I was able to catch up a little, just a very little, with Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, and I did extend the invite for him to come on the show. So we'll see. Obviously, there's just so many questions about this RISE Act, and I thought it was very interesting. There was a release that came out from the Democratic Party of Guam. Did we put that out?
It came out last night. I put it in the chat post. It was in response to the Republican Party of
Right.
Guam
So there was a Republican
press
release, and then the Democrat Party of Guam, through Executive Director Chirag Bajwani, had released a statement basically blasting the Republicans, saying all these Republicans know that we can't spend the ARPA funds because the federal guidelines are not yet finalized, which I thought was interesting because that's, I mean, if you believe that, it's the most information we've gotten out of any Democrat about the RISE Act and the ARPA funds. I mean, Adeloop has not said really anything since about a month ago. So thought that was interesting. And we're getting a CNMI governor's office, Kevin Bautista, on this morning, and I want to say he would probably beg to differ because the CNMI has already begun spending the ARPA funds. They begun like last month. So while the Democratic Party, through the executive director, says we can't spend it because the guidelines are not finalized, we're seeing a totally different story 45 minutes north. So I don't know. I'm confused. The people are pissed off already, though. Honest. It's 6:38. Let's go ahead and get into the news now. On that note, who else is coming up? Yeah, we got Senator Moylan, Kevin Bautista, CNMI governor's office. And then we're going to catch up with this Kevin Lujan Lee, who's going over at MIT. And they're doing this survey of Chamorros. relative to identity and self-determination and all that stuff. So that's coming up at 9, right here on the link at 6:38 with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Mazzanani, good morning.
Off it, everybody. The Republican Party of Guam is renewing their call for the governor and her administration to show the people their plans on how she intends to spend the more than $600 million in American Rescue Plan money that Guam has had in the bank for more than 2 months. In a statement issued by the GOP today, they questioned whether the governor even has... In a statement issued by the GOP today, they questioned whether the governor even has a plan. The Republican Party of Guam simply asks the Leon Guerrero administration to be honest and transparent and simply advise the people of Guam on how these federal dollars will be spent. Adelup has held off on releasing any ARP money or a plan, at first claiming that it was waiting for the public comment period on the interim final guidelines issued by the U.S. Treasury to be closed on July 17th. When that date came and went, BBMR said they now had to wait for Treasury to review all the comments and issue its final rules, something that might not happen until after budget session begins. Senators like Senator Joanne Brown say, enough is enough.
We're well into past half of the year, and we still don't have a clear picture of information from the administration on how they are going to address prioritizing the expenditure of these funds.
After Guam received the $600 million in ARP money, senators in a united front and at the request from the governor submitted their spending plan and were hoping to get Adelup's in return as they map out the fiscal year 2022 budget. Speaker Teresa Lahi on the link.
It's like seeing half the picture. I agree. I don't think I'm satisfied that we're going to sit in there. We're going to decide a spending plan for $700 million while there's $600 million sitting out there to be spent, any which way.
The Republican Party of Guam, in its press release on Monday, questioned whether the governor was holding on to the money until 2022 as she seeks re-election.
I hesitate to comment on the politics of it all because that's just going to really... that people are saying that or feeling that it's very troubling. We don't have to go down that road, right? I feel like if we could just get these plans on the table and have open discussions, and then we wouldn't have to speculate as to what the reasons are.
Speaker Terlahi is now acting lieutenant governor. We asked on the link last week whether she would flex those powers and ask BBMR to give her Adelup spending plan. KUAM News has confirmed today, though, that BBMR Director Lester Carlson is in San Francisco for bond refinancing talks, and DOA Director Edward Byrne is in Washington, D.C. with the governor as she meets with Biden administration officials, including Democratic Party of Guam Executive Director Chirag Boujwani issued the following statement on behalf of the party last night. Quote, the GOP's recent statements regarding the future expenditure of federal ARP funding are reckless, wrong, and inaccurate. Federal guidelines on how this money can be spent are not yet final, and spending that money without these final rules could result in taxpayers owing millions because the GOP wanted to spend money before the rules were final. Once final guidelines are known, our draft spending plan will be published. Our expenditures will be subject to federal audit, and everyone will know these funds are being spent in line with federal policy. The GOP knows each of these facts, but as they prepare for a gubernatorial election, they obviously care more about laying blame than solving problems. That says way more about their leadership than it does about ours. Again, that was a statement from the Democratic Party of Guam in response to the Republican Party of Guam related to the lack of making public the governor's plan on $600 million in ARP finances. What?
I'm sorry. Come on, Chirag. That's a bunch of nonsense.
Okay, so now this next story is regarding an investigation
underway by the Guam Environmental Protection Agency regarding a situation that's developed because of the recent rains in the Marbo Cave area. So we're going to bring in Nick Lee from Guam EPA. I think that's the hat he's going to be wearing for this particular interview. Nick, can you give us information on what's going on up at the Marbo Cave area?
Hi, good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jason. Thank you for having me this morning. So last week, Friday, the agency received some complaints and some reports about major flooding in the Marble Cave area. Some of the photos and the videos from that area did make its rounds through social media. So around 11:30 in the morning, Friday morning, the agency's chief engineer, that's Captain Brian Bearden from U.S. Public Health Services, along with our water pollution control program manager, performed a site inspection on the property. So the runoff that was observed in the photos and the videos was also observed in person by both the chief engineer and the program manager. The program inspected some of the ponding basins on the facility. Before I continue on, however, I do have to remind everybody that this is an active investigation. Pending further review of the site project plans and their stormwater management plans, we'll make a determination as to whether or not a notice of violation or any orders of compliance and administrative penalty orders are going to be issued to the company. The company is Samsung E&C America, Inc. And so the agency personnel did meet with the project managers on site. There was some brief discussion before the agency personnel left, and that was to talk about some of the sediment basins and the ponding basins on site, as well as talking about the evidence of the discharge of runoff on site. So there were some issues that the chief engineer and the water pollution control program manager wanted to ensure took place before they left them. It's likely that another follow-up inspection will ensue, and the inspection findings will be reported to both the Guam EPA administrator and the U.S. EPA construction general permits program in Region 9. So the issue is the discharge coming off of the site. There's strong evidence to suggest that the site has not properly managed its project stormwater runoff.
Was the water, the runoff also, I guess, getting into the ocean? Or was it just the access road?
I'd imagine that that some of the runoff probably could have made its way out there. Anytime you're going to do that type of discharge, you do need something known as an NPEDS permit. That's the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. So your ponding basins are supposed to be designed where they capture your stormwater runoff, and the idea behind that is, it's going to collect there, and eventually it will percolate down rather than flow out of the property. That did not appear to be happening on the site. So I can't say for sure that it was making its way out towards any navigable waters, but it's possible. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What about, I guess, final approvals when the project is completed to ensure that they met, I guess, all of the compliance requirements, like you're saying, for stormwater protection and things like that? Was that
sure?
Did that happen?
A project of this size will involve both local and federal authorities. Mm-hmm. So typically, if your project site is going to encompass anything greater than an acre, you do need to get some federal concurrence through the General Construction Permit Program with US EPA. So if you if you spec your project out and carry it out as planned, usually the designs are going to support proper management of project stormwater. It doesn't look like this happened in this case, and which is the reason the program needs additional time to complete their investigation. So the plans are being re-reviewed along with what their observances were during the Friday morning inspection.
Yeah. Nick, I had a question because I read a lot of NOVs, and it seems like this whole best practices with the runoff, it's a very common violation that we see you guys addressing a lot.
Yeah, especially if we're coming in towards the rainy season. You're gonna, if your BMPs are not properly in place, your stormwater management capacity is going to fail. We do have inspectors going out daily to ensure that that these BMPs are properly installed and they are functional. As small as Guam is, unfortunately, it's just large enough that we need to, we have challenges monitoring all of the active projects.
Okay. Bottom line, it's an active investigation.
That's correct.
And notice of violation could be pending.
Yes. So the program, along with the chief engineer, did make that statement to the project manager that the findings are going to be reported to both the Guam EPA administrator and the US EPA Construction General Permits Program with Region 9. So at some point a determination is going to be made, and if a determination is made where there is a violation, then the public can expect enforcement action to ensue.
Mm-hmm. And what kind of penalties are we looking at?
First, for improper stormwater management, and this has come up in past investigations and stories that KUAM has covered, there is a civil penalty maximum of $125,000. So it doesn't matter what the maximum daily fine is going to be. The infraction can only be fined up to $125,000 based on our current statute, and that's just for one or two different types of violations. I don't know if there are other determinations that are going to be found outside of improper stormwater management. So it's very critical that we allow the program time to make that determination, because anything that I'm going to be offering right now is just going to be speculative.
I mean, but Nick, so there's a big difference between a company not having the stormwater runoff mitigation efforts in place, and it just runs off into the jungle. But it's another when it impedes access to people's houses or otherwise damages their property, right? So does this kind of take on a different tinge that maybe can speculate a little on that?
It's likely, but we have to regulate based on what our statutes will allow us to, and so that's something that the program is going to need a little bit more time to look into.
Since we have you on the phone, I know it's been raining and the waters have been pretty rough. Do you have any update on the tire removal project over at Cocos Lagoon?
Yes, so the contractors are just about wrapped up with the project. I think the final count of tires removed might be between 15 to 1,800. This was not meant to be a dredging project, so we're not going to be able to get heavy equipment down there and extract. We're not going to be going down in an exploratory mission and extracting tires that may be well below the sand. So that's going to require a whole different set of regulations that we would even have to follow if we're going to take on a dredging project. But that it's still a great effort with what the contractors were able to do. We're thankful for NOAA for that opportunity to compete with that grant to get this marine debris out of Cocos Lagoon.
So what's next after all of this debris is removed? Is that it? You guys are done, or is there any sort of research?
The contractor still has to show proof that the tires were disposed of off island, and so far there are no concerns that is happening. The environmental monitoring and analytics program manager has been very active with projects, so including site visits to both Unitech and Mr. Rubbishman to observe the tires being cleaned off and observe them being chipped down in the tire shredder. So the contractor will have to provide written proof that the waste tires were accepted by Mr. Rubbishman and disposed of off island. So there's still some administrative things that need to occur to close the project out, and we do owe NOAA some technical reports on this. But so far we're very pleased with the progress that the project has taken on.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Nick, for your time, and we'll be in touch about this investigation.
Sure thing. You guys take care.
Take care. Moving on with the news, an update on the governor's trip to the nation's capital. She met with U.S. Department of Homeland Security Acting Undersecretary for the Office of Strategy, Policy and Plans, Kellyanne Bereshki. During the meeting, Governor Lulian Guerra welcomed DHS's willingness to resolve the growing number of H-2B denials, including those directly related to the nearly $1 billion in ongoing military projects. In particular, the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services will readily assess all administrative rules, regs, and policies that may have led to the recent uptick in denials. With more news now, here is Tyler Mazzanoni.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenos den half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanoni with your headlines here on The Link. Although the 8-month wait continues for All Rise payments, Adelup has announced another major change to the program.
It wasn't through an executive order, but a press release changing a mandate in the RISE Act law requiring mayor's verification of residency. The change ends the long lines at mayor's offices of hundreds of residents hoping to one day get the one-time all-rise stimulus check.
Hallelujah.
Just before 9 o'clock Sunday night, Adelup issued a press release announcing Acting Governor Josh Tenorio has ordered DRT to accept all RISE applications without the verification and instead verify residency with mayors after the applications are submitted. Mayor's Council of Guam President PD Mayor Jesse Allig not only praised the decision, but looks forward to future ways to streamline government services, such as improving technology at their offices.
And with the Lieutenant Governor's help, there's some money that will do this for us. And so, he's reconfirming that commitment that, we'll continue to work at getting our technology upgraded so that this information is readily available to the agencies that need it, and residents don't actually have to line up and come to the office for this type of information.
The decision to scrap the residency paperwork comes as senators from both sides of the aisle have introduced measures to streamline the application process. A public hearing has been fast-tracked and is scheduled for Thursday. All RISE applications are still not available as DRT is still working on an online application program, which they've indicated could be ready by the end of this month.
Mayor's Council of Guam employees continue to wait for their COVID deferential pay. Although MCOG Executive Director Angel Sablan was informed by the Department of Administration that employees would get paid last Friday, that didn't happen. According to Sablan, he has since been told that COVID deferential pay which will cover 11 pay periods, will be paid this Friday. The last time MCOG employees received the deferential pay was in January when it was being paid through CARES Act funds. It's not clear what funds are being used this time around. Just 2 years after opening its doors in the Tumon Sands Plaza, Red Lobster Guam has officially closed its doors. Citing the economic impact of COVID, President and COO of Triple J Enterprises Jeff Jones says they did their best to try to navigate through this uncharted territory, but have exhausted all options and made the difficult decision to close the restaurant permanently. Outback Steakhouse, which is also owned and operated by Triple J Restaurant Group, will remain open to serve the people of Guam. It was on Friday when we learned of the loss of CNMI Representative Ivan Blanco. With more, here's KSPN2 News.
Half a day, Zantino, Guam. Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. It was sudden and unexpected, and while the story is still developing, this is what we know so far. The congressman attended a meeting at Aqua Resort this morning with the Developmental Disabilities Council. After lunch, he got into his car and minutes later rolled down his window to call for assistance from a staff member. He was guided out of the vehicle and was administered CPR. An ambulance transported the congressman to CHCC, and he was pronounced dead at 1:33 p.m. by Dr. Strickland. Blanco began his career as a press secretary for the late Governor Iloilos. After, Blanco served 6 years as a representative for Precinct 3. Representative Angel Damupan was at the hospital this afternoon and had this to say about his colleague.
Representative Blanco was a beloved member of the legislature, a beloved colleague to all of us, and especially for us in the office of the minority. He's our minority leader, so it's a big loss to the minority. It's a big loss to the Commonwealth. He was an honorable statesman, a very, very loving father, and a very, very devoted husband. And he was loved by everybody who came in contact with him. So it's a tremendous loss today for everyone. And I just ask that we keep his family and his soul in our prayers during this very difficult time. I cannot imagine what everybody's going through. This is very unexpected. Our minority leader appeared to be a very healthy individual, and to get this cold today is a shock to everyone. But we will miss his service, his tremendous commitment to service and commitment to the community. We will miss that so much because he inspired us to work harder. He inspired our community to become a stronger community. And now that we will not have his presence physically with us, we will miss him dearly, but we will also be committed to keeping his legacy alive, and that's the legacy of service.
For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Limis.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Tax confirms another batch of tax refunds will be paid out this week. 2,077 error-free returns from 2020 filed on or before April 15th and prior years, totaling a little over $6.6 million. DRT also announcing that it processed and transmitted to the Treasurer of Guam additional EIP-3 program payments for release from April 10th through July 23rd. DRT processed over 82,937 payments, totaling $216.2 million. The Guam Department of Education will be hosting a virtual orientation this Saturday for all parents, students, and guardians. The session will be conducted via Zoom and live streamed on GDOE's Facebook page. The discussion is open to all districts and will allow stakeholders to ask questions to GDOE leaders as students prepare to return to face-to-face instruction next month. Saturday's virtual orientation starts at 9 a.m. You can find the Zoom invite on KUAM.com. The Delta variant is rapidly turning America's attention back to the pandemic and driving the Biden administration to consider a third shot for at-risk Americans. Cases are up in 46 states this past week, especially those with large unvaccinated populations. Michael George reports.
With COVID cases surging nationwide, the Biden administration is acknowledging some of the most vulnerable Americans, like those with compromised immune systems, may need a third vaccine shot. The highly contagious Delta variant is spreading faster than health experts first predicted.
There's a whole bunch of people who are unvaccinated here in the heart of the Midwest, which is why I think we're kind of the epicenter of this outbreak.
But it's not just the Midwest. Florida is the country's biggest COVID hotspot, with more cases than California, Texas, New York, and Illinois combined. In Miami, Harlan McFun is fighting for his life and regretting he never got the vaccine.
If I could recommend anything to anyone, is to get the vaccine.
A new projection from COVID researchers suggests the U.S. will hit a peak in October, with daily death rates triple what they are now.
It's going to vary a lot by state, but those that haven't seen those big surges and have low vaccine are really at risk for seeing their healthcare systems overwhelmed.
Officials in Tennessee say they're resuming vaccine outreach to teens and children, just weeks after it was halted under pressure from state Republicans. In St. Louis, indoor mask mandates are back, but Missouri's Attorney General will be in court Monday to fight them. Here in New York, Mayor Bill de Blasio is urging private employers to require their workers be vaccinated. He suggested he'll do the same for hundreds of thousands of city employees as well. Michael George, CBS News, New York.
Here at home, Guam has recorded 5 new cases of COVID out of 705 tests performed between July 23rd through the 25th. Of the cases, 1 reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 8,506 officially reported cases of COVID-19, with 143 deaths. 44 cases are active, and there have been 8,319 recoveries. There are a total of 5 people hospitalized for the virus and 1 receiving ICU level of care. The CAR score is 0.2. As for vaccinations, Guam is 604 shots shy of achieving adult herd immunity. Island residents can get vaccinated today from 9 a.m. to 12 noon at the Southern Regional Community Health Center or at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse from 12 noon to 5:30 p.m. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro Chef Peter Duenas is going head-to-head against 12 other chefs from around the nation in the Great American Seafood Cook-Off in Louisiana. Chef Peter competed in 2019 and took home 3rd place with his prawn hash-topped Napoleon Rassi. The 2021 Great American... You say it. W-R-A-S-S-E. Rassi?
That just sounds good.
Prawn hash-topped Napoleon Ras.
Jason?
I'm just thinking prawns.
Yeah, that's all I heard.
Yeah.
All right, so the competition is scheduled for Saturday, August 7th in New Orleans.
Yeah.
New Orleans.
I'm a cyclone fish pie on the bayou.
Okay, well, let's
Son
go
of a gun,
to
gonna have big fun
your
on
news
the
in
bayou.
Chamorro with Kin Conception while Jason just goes crazy over here.
Buenos updates to get soon to be kunut sa morgen ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Ziman manapliplika para All Rights Act sa parahafas to famfila givisinan ni mahod para resident verification. Segundo gobyerno ni Gitapago Acting Governor si Justin Orio haanunsya itinalakan na reglamento para adzu. Haodan ni Departamento ng Revenue and Taxation para fan masoto na mahod siya para ma-verify sanction iman manapliplika tagi ma-receive aplikasyon. Inuebo na reglamento sa puri mampus kadumi na tao-tao siya mamanggagaw resident verification sa na nakuifila givisinan ni mahod. Irinresponde ni legislatura sa manahudang legislasyon para mana mas libyano yung aplikasyon. Manatsaday kayo ng publiko no para masusede gi webes. Lotililisur tabiya yung aplikasyon. Mafatututuin ni Revenue and Tax yung aplikasyon entry internet pad online application. Ilay niya na siyempre listo gi utuminis tinames. Mas artikulo, Distipago empleo yung Mayor's Council of Guam mananagay pasaniya para COVID differential. Masay Executive Director para yung Mayor's Council si Angel Sablan ma-informa ni Departamento ng Administrasyon na parofan maapasi empleo yung mapas na business umana no ati matsogwi. Sigon si Sablan masanganigwi na COVID differential pay no kinubri 11 na pagamento sa paro maapasi yes ti mamayla na business. Yuto mo na bahay naman ma-receive empleo yung Mayor's Council iapas differential COVID sa Enero na mes. Anay manasabi CARES Act na salapi. Tiklaro hafan na salapi pero manasabi pago na biyahe. Ima sa sunto, the Department of Revenue and Taxation sa makonfirma no manahudong mas tax refund pago na semana no atuta 2067 na final tax no Thailand at si antes gidyak kin si Gearbrid. Putulun na salapi sa 6.6 milyon pesos. Kalinya mas revenue and tax na ma-process ng Manay Treasurer of Guam, mas talo EIP 3 na salapi para ma-release. Disti dia 10 Gabriel, dia 23 Gihulyo, pagunasakan, mas 82,937 man maapasi hudong na tax refund na total 216.2 milyon pesos. Mas kin ni KUAM, doon sa destiny mababa gi Tuman Sands Plaza i Red Lobster Guam na sagan tamoto sa mahutang permanente petania. Sa puribidanay COVID gi ekonomiya, i Presidente dan Chief Operating Officer para Triple J Enterprises si Jeff Jones, asangan na matsagito rin na sinan niya pero masagon mo na i Red Lobster Restaurant Guini kitsaguahan pero manafatsa gi itampun pesti. Lumafatina si San Macana desisyon para mahutang permanente. I Outback Steakhouse ni Triple J Restaurant Group sa pro kontinua mababa pero sedbi itaw-taw i isla. Otro talogin ni KUAM News, Departamento ng Edukasyon sa parumanagwahan niya di virtual orientation pagod na sabalo para estudyante siya, imanay na, dyan defensor siya. Para makondukto yung session into di Zoom na programa gi internet, da sempi mana live stream gi play on Facebook gi GDOE. Para mababay din diskuti para todo distrito, do masedi financing question niya siya para manmaga si GDOE, mientras mas prepara siya yung estudyante para di inafana na leksyon gi otro mes. I-virtual orientation sa para matutuhin gi Sabalo gi alas 9 gi egan. Iyot muna suntugin ni KUAM News para pagod na Martes, 192 na seniors na estudyante siya sa Mansano gi Grad and Go Rainbow na ceremony ng Grinagdua gi Lunes gi Southern High School gi Santa Rita. I-ceremony sa para di siya na estudyante ni timan magradua gi utuman eskwela sa putiman nahong credit para ma-receive diploma niya. Matulay ka do ginigap, ani ma-kumpli ni tourist siya na estudyante da mapatutuy credit siya numa nesesita entry eskwela ng tempon somnak pat summer school. Dangkulo na congratulation para Rainbow Class of 2021. Para Guam News Network, Guau Sikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talafofon in Ilahan for Haanan Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Ladi, Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyoftheLadi.com. Haanan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Ladi, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenburg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
This week's Office Party giveaway is from Jamaican Grill. Enter today to win.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Catching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games. A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
I wanna hold you so tight while singing la 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 la. Yeah.
All right, welcome back to the Link, everybody, on a golden morning in more ways than one. The sun outside looks absolutely beautiful. Nice golden sun out. The Philippines has their first gold medal in 97 years. We're going to tell you all about that as the morning progresses. But we are golden here in the KUAM News Zoom room as well, because we have two veteran podcasters. And we can say that because Glenn and Josh of the Half a Day Duo podcast are now on podcast number 2. So guys, you're no longer rookies, and you are now podcast celebrities. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Half a day to both of you. Josh, good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
Okay, so I want to talk about like all about what the ride and what the journey has been since you've gotten into the podcasting world. But I guess we'll start at the obvious question, right? What has been the feedback and the reaction since episode 1 came out? Because we had video and audio. We put it on every single platform. I know, Glenn, you said you were basically nervous as hell going into this thing. You were even messaging me. It's like, oh my gosh, T-minus 45 minutes. T-minus 30 minutes. I was like, Glenn, don't worry, man. We'll take care of it. But how was that like when it actually came out, and what's some of the reaction you got?
In the beginning, like I said, Chris approached me with this couple of months back, and we were at the height of the pandemic, the lockdown, and I'm like, I had known nothing about what a podcast is and such, and I researched it, looked up on some, like, oh, okay, you just sit and talk. So I'm like, wait, I don't want to do this by myself. So, when Josh, was hanging out with me, I approached him with the idea, and he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah, let's go try this out. And here we are.
So Josh, how about you? Like anybody kind of like playfully teasing you, or just saying like, oh, I heard it, I watched it, like it was inspiring, it was super cool, or there was like, oh my gosh, you guys have a show now?
Well, a lot of it stemmed even from the interview that we did for you guys for Pride Month. But it was after, I believe, the first episode aired. A lot of people actually reached out to me about coming out. And that was unexpected. Like, I was not expecting that kind of positive response from the community.
Mm-hmm.
It was just shocking because I didn't know that there were still so many that were still in the closet about who they really want to be.
Mm-hmm.
And reaching out to me. And, the whole time I'm looking at Glenn, I'm like, what do I say? What do I do?
And I told Josh, just be yourself, just be you. This is what it's all about. And, for me, my whole point is about awareness, visibility, education, and, being an educator. This was the whole point. And, just sharing, sharing who we are and, the community.
Mm-hmm.
We're just everyday people from different walks of life.
Now, I'm sure that, your own story of courage and, your struggle as you both, not backed away from, like the journey you've both been on. When you did come out, Glenn, you had a very, very funny story, and Josh, yours was very emotional as well. I'm sure this is a story you've told, dozens, if not hundreds of times to people privately, or, Glenn, as you said, counseling people, giving advice, but to say it in a forum like a podcast that you knew was going to be 100% public. You see, when we put it on Facebook, it's got like the little globe. It's like everybody can see this and everything. Was that any different, or now did you actually see that as an opportunity, and now you have a platform to share your message and to empower others?
Yes, and my worst fear was the backlash. But for the most part, it's been positive so far, and we're very grateful. That we're reaching out to everyone. And if we can help one person or one family go through this, then that's all that we need.
How about you, Josh?
I kind of feel the same. For me, it's also about teaching people, proper pronouns, awareness, how to interact with somebody. It's basically everything. Like, even people who don't know how to handle coming out, people who don't know how to handle having a sibling or a child who identifies as something under the umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
Helping them through that, or even giving some insight, like what our experience is. Maybe they're going through a similar thing, and maybe they can have some insight through our experiences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and I got to say, and Sabrina's here, of course, as well. And, it took Bree and I maybe about, what would you say, Bree, maybe about when we started, like, co-anchoring the news, realistically, even though, like, we became very, very quick friends when we both started working here. And, we had, like, a natural vibe and everything. But to really get, like, that on-screen and microphone chemistry and everything like that, where I can kind of like tell what she's gonna say, and we literally finish each other's sentences. It took us maybe about like the first 6 months or so of doing shows and everything. You guys were like a natural fit. I mean, it seemed like you played off each other. You gave each other like the space to kind of create. Did you feel the same way, or am I just reading too much into this? Or was it a train wreck?
Well, when Josh and I, when we hang out with our group of friends, that's how we are. We all sit in a circle and we're talking and discussing, and that banter is just there. It's just when we first started, the camera's rolling, Victorious is like, okay, ready, set, go. And we had a script and we looked at each other like, say something.
Take two.
Yeah, and the first release we could see it, we could hear the the pauses. And I'm like, man, these guys must have edited this thing so much because we were nervous, but then after a couple of other episodes, it's gotten better, the flow.
Mm-hmm.
It has. It really has. Like, you can really see, like, I remember watching that first episode, like, no, why did we do that?
But at least for my money and everything, it seems like it's very, very genuine. And, you guys are, like you said, you're just being yourself and you're telling your story. You're not trying to, be too Hollywood with it or trying, you're not trying to use some, like, fancy anchor voice that's honed over a number of years, and do that.
Are you making fun of me?
No. It's just two people. It's just two people that really care, sharing their story. And
well, Jason, there is a running joke in all of our circle of friends because I'm a teacher, so there's a certain voice that I use, and that commands the room. So, like, for example, where we just had a gathering, and the DJ was late. They didn't have a microphone, so I'm like, Glenn, you need to bless the table, and everybody was spread out. So I was like, and like, here I go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the blessing of the food. Everybody was like, who's that man talking?
They're like, hey, when did Barry White come here to, like, bless the table?
Yeah, they're like, is that Glenn? What the heck? And I always get teased for that, but it's all good. I mean,
you're like, bless us the Lord and these thy gifts you'll never find.
Yeah. So that's all of our friends get a kick out of that when I code switch and change the voice.
Glenn, I know when you go crisscross applesauce, they know, now he's serious.
Yeah, like, boys and girls, crisscross applesauce, time for circle time.
But when you talk about when you talk about circle time, right? And I see it on your Facebook all the time. You guys get together, and I really feel like the podcast kind of captures that, like, fly on the wall. Not necessarily talking at us, but I don't know. It's kind of cool. I get this vibe like I'm eavesdropping on you guys' conversation, which is really it's cool and it's intimate.
Yeah.
I think that's what Glenn and I were kind of shooting for, because after shooting the first episode, I just looked at him and I was like, you know what? The next one, we should just be ourselves. Like, just how we would sit down and just have a normal conversation. We should just do it like that.
But make sure keep it G-rated.
But you know what? It's a podcast. If you guys want, I mean, you probably don't want to use, like, as much profanity as, like, Snoop's first album and everything like that. Yeah. But I mean, you can get away with it on podcasts, right?
Yeah.
So that being said, I mean, the next question is probably the most obvious, right? Like, what can we expect as fans of the show in episode 2?
Josh?
I'm the one that remembers everything. Well, we have 2 guests on the next episode, and they kind of give insight on a lot of the stuff that Glenn and I were even unsure about going in. Mm-hmm. One of them, he has a background in psychology, and he kind of gave us, like, all the, I guess you could say, medical terms for a lot of these things, and he kind of explained some of the things to us, so we had a better understanding of what certain things under the umbrella were.
Okay, so almost like you guys did like a couch trip, talking to a psychologist.
Yeah, something like that, because, like, there were a lot of questions that we were unsure of, like, even certain things in the acronym. There were certain letters there that we were unsure of as well.
And we're still learning. There's still terms like non-binary, pansexual, the other labels, and I even mentioned it in that one. Don't come for us, because we're still learning a lot of these things. So even myself. So it's gonna be an interesting second episode. And I believe we have some guests share their stories of identifying as trans. So definitely be another good show.
Did you say pansexual?
Yes, and it's not in love with the pan frying pan.
They like kitchen. They like in the kitchen cooking.
You have this strange romantic and sexual attraction to to cast iron, but
that sounds like me.
No, so what is pansexual?
Bree, I don't think you can.
Josh,
No?
I'm kidding.
You want me to
Kidding.
take
Go ahead.
this one?
Yeah,
Yes,
Josh.
Josh, do it because I'm going to open mouth or insert foot again.
Wait, can we talk about this?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Just don't be too graphic, Josh.
Well, pansexual just means you don't necessarily have a gender preference. Some people would even call it being gender fluid as far as like what you're into, but you specifically do not have an attraction to the sex that they identify as.
Got it.
Yeah.
Just when you meet someone that you vibe with and you have like a wavelength in common and everything like that, it's like, you know, somebody can say, I'm not necessarily into guys, not necessarily into girls, or however they self-identify and everything, but when I meet somebody, you're like, that's the kind
You
of
know that you like that person.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it, Jason.
Boom.
Okay.
And that's one thing I think really works with this podcast is there's this like intergenerational thing where you have Glenn who's old school like me, and then you have Josh who's kind of new, and there is a different kind of worldview and perspective, even though you're both in the same LGBTQ plus IA pansexual community. You know what I mean?
Glenn's
Yes,
like, did
yes,
you just
you're-
call me
you're right.
old?
No.
Yeah, I'm like, hello, I'm just a you're younger than you, dude.
Hey, Glenn, we're like fine wine.
Off
Sorry.
zoo.
We're like kimchi. We get better with age.
That's right.
The name of the
That is
podcast is going to
right.
be titled now because of Chris. They're like, huh?
So second episode dropping, guys. We're really excited about this. It's the Hoffaday podcast on the KUAM Podcast Network.
Now, real quick, Glenn, before we let you go, right? Can I just ask, like, you were actually advertising, speaking of age and dating ourselves and everything like that, how was your 30th class reunion because GW? Because you put it on Facebook, invited everybody. Mine from Sanchez is next year, so I want to know, how was that for you and your classmates from GW 91?
We are actually, well, that was one of the fundraisers, and it was a success. So we're planning our family water park day. It's going to be at PIC. So to my 91 geckos, stay tuned for that. There will be planning a dinner celebration with the all of us and our spouses for the adults only. So there's something coming up, and then you can contact me or Anna Alegre, Jenny Saraus for further information in regards to the family water park day that's coming up soon.
Very nice. And Josh,
Yeah.
how close are you to like your 10th, 15th, 20th high school reunion at this point?
Jeez, I don't know. I've never actually got to any of those.
When you stop counting and it's harder and harder to do the math and figure out like where you are, then you can tell you've been out of.
But it's also liberating.
Yeah.
I think, well, I know I think we'll be on our 20th this year.
Very nice.
Now, when you said the math, I was like, wait, I'm good at that. I could do this. 20th.
Okay, so class of 01 then, right?
Yes.
It's
All right,
simple
very
math, Josh.
All right.
Well, guys, I'd say, you guys have big shoes to fill. They're your own shoes, like ironically and everything. But episode 1 was such a smash hit and everything like that. And, like you said, you learned a lot. Episode 2 is fantastic, and that comes out very, very soon on the KUM Podcast Network. Everywhere you guys can find podcasts, Spotify, Apple Podcast, Amazon, Audible. We got you covered across the board. Josh and Glenn, thank you so much for making our podcast network the success it is.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
Josh.
much, KUAM, and the link.
There you go.
All right.
And we'll see you guys in the comments because we know you guys aren't going anywhere.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Bye,
There
guys.
you go. It's Hoffaday podcast on the KUAM Podcast Network.
Good
Again
stuff.
with Glenn and Joshy at 7:31.
And
Quick.
they're both cracking up right now.
They are, yeah.
Okay, Glenn, you can
Bree's
exhale. You can exhale
wait,
now, Glenn.
I gotta tell you guys, Bree is side chatting me like, wait, so what is pansexual? I think Josh's explanation made her more confused. I don't know. I think pansexual is like anything goes. Kind of
No,
seems
because
like anything goes.
Because Pan, the creature from mythology, Pan.
Yeah, but
Not-
it also
not
means
Peter
pan,
Pan, but
like
Pan.
world. Doesn't pan also mean like?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like all inclusive. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. At
All inclusive
7:31.
and yet nothing specific.
Got it. It's 7:31 here on the link. We'll be back with Senator Jim Moylan. All rise. That's next right here on the link. Brought to you by Pacific Point, Scavo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box.
We're on a mission.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall,
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Hafa everybody. Welcome back to the link. It is, 7:39 in the morning? My laptop is still set on Vegas time and Vegas day, so it's, yes, I don't know how to change it. So anyway, yeah. So today is Tuesday.
Well, what time is it in Vegas?
It's 2:39 p.m. in the afternoon, July 26th. So anyway.
You know what? It's party time in the Philippines right now.
Right on.
Oh, yeah.
Gold medal.
In case you missed it, the Philippines won their first gold medal in 94
97 years.
97 years.
Last time was 1924 games.
Right. And it was won by a woman weightlifter.
Yes.
Whose coach is from Guam.
Yes. That's all kinds of awesome. Yep. So basically, like I said, long story short, Guam also won a gold medal.
Yeah.
Right.
7:38. Bring in
Senator Moylan looks like he could do some weightlifting, right? At the Olympic level.
Those were the days. The Army days.
Right now, the only lifting we're trying to do is this rise.
All right.
All right. So, wow, this has just turned into the biggest head-scratching issue. Did you see this coming, Senator, when, back when you guys got this passed in the legislature and it became law? Did you anticipate that we would be talking about it, 8 months after it passed, and it would become the controversial issue that it has become today?
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you. When we saw how the law was originally passed by letting it lapse into law, and then no action thereafter, and with the folks, hopeful folks like you guys here asking about it consistently, and we pushed as well with the pandemic coming on out and saying we could really use this money. And initially, the people really needed the money then as well when it was the RISE Act to start with, but nothing ever happened. So we knew it was bad from the start, and that's why we just didn't let up until today. 8 months, 9 months later, here we are still disputing when this payment is going to come out and how it's going to be administered. So it's unfortunate, but at least I'm happy to say our acting governor, Josh Tenorio, did take some action and was with just a memo, just a memo. That's all it took from Governor Tenorio here to our DRT director, Daphne, explaining that we can put this mayor's verification off for a little while, and let's continue on with this process. So at least one thing was done to help expedite this. Though we've been asking and offering suggestions and solutions, nothing's been done other than we don't can say, almost like the senators don't know what they're doing, don't know what they're talking about. What we're offering help. And this is the first phase. At least the governor took it and said, okay, stop with the mayor's verification, and then let's move forward. So one step at a time with this administration.
At what point, though, Senator, because there was allowed to lapse into law in December, so January, February, March, April. At what point did you kind of say, no, wait a minute. 1 month, I understand, they're trying to figure it out. 2 months, okay. 3 months, hold on a second.
Yeah, I think we've been writing since March. And then now to this time, pushing our bill of 75 to get to session floor, which increases the RISE Act from 800 to 1,000 for individuals, from 1,600 to 2,000 for families. And when we finally pushed for this bill to get a hearing with the assistance of the Speaker, Therese Jalahi, we also included amendments that were needed since the governor has decided to finally take action on this public law and make it happen. The amendments included some reporting periods to the original RISE Act to find out how much is going to be paid out and how many families have been helped or individuals have been helped, and to removing the cap that the governor has said, you know, it seems it seems the governor does what she wants when it's convenient for her. You know, she's saying there's a cap, and we're saying we can remove the cap. You know, she's saying, oh, we need mayor's verification. And said, well, we remove the mayor's verification. If you don't want to do it, we can do it. You know, when she finally did that, it was just with a memo. You know, you could do the same thing when you're saying there's a cap. There's none. You can, with an executive order or just write a memo to your director of DOA or the treasurer and say there's no cap. Just like the governor did by increasing those who are eligible for the RISE Act. It originally started as private enterprise. Those individuals making less than 40,000 or couples making less than 80. And then with a stroke of the pen, the governor increased that eligibility to the government employees and the retirees and the federal employees. You know, so if you're telling the senators, you don't need these. In our recent discoveries or her recent pushes, or our push is that we got two bills coming up for public hearing. One starts tomorrow, the 7536, and then the 160, the speaker's bill, which I'm also co-sponsor on, as well as Senator Joe St. Augustine. Now you're telling us, Governor, butt out, and that you can take care of this as it's an executive function. But before, you're saying, oh, we had to follow the rules of the legislature. So which is it?
It's confusing. It's both. It doesn't make any sense, Senator. It's not just you, and it's not, you know, just the Republicans. Even Democrats feel the same way. You know, she said that she couldn't amend the law via executive order, but that's exactly what she did when she added the GovGuam retirees, workers, and the federal employees. I've got a different take on it. Like, I agree, because when we asked her about it, she said, oh, well, if the private sector workers were adversely affected by the pandemic, then you can reasonably assume so were those other three classes of people that she added to the RISE Act. Even though the government employees were still getting paid, I'm pretty sure they had to buy whatever for the pandemic as well. So I get it, but I just feel like if you're going to bring those new classes of people and make them eligible, then you also need to bring the money. Because now what we have is this first come, first serve. Mm-hmm. It's going to be madness. And the whole intent of the bill, I think, is out the window if the very people it was designed to help are just, it's now they're going to be, I don't know, Senator, but yeah, it's mind-blowing that what's passing for logic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what really is the, I guess, issue? What really is the motivation behind all of this? Well, it's just so, like you said, it's just so confusing. Is it just that you don't want to pay or making it?
We know the governor has no plan other than, I guess, the whisper she gives to her directors at her department saying, you know, we'll probably work this out. And when you get to your budget hearings, just tell them, you know, there's no plan, but you'll probably get some funding, but there's no really plan yet. So we can't say anything definite. Mm-hmm. Because they're still trying to figure out where they want. They got their priorities. Why don't I just say that? Adelup has their priorities. They know where they want to spend the money. They're not going to tell us, and they're probably battling right now to ensure that one of their priorities is the hospital. You know, but that's going to be an uphill battle. I agree we need a hospital. So they want to hold on to $300 million until such time they can definitely get a response. Probably they're still waiting for that okay to get that hospital going, and that's probably why they're wondering, you know, if I don't get this, I got to use the money someplace else. They don't know. Yeah, but what they do know is they don't want to give it to the people. Otherwise, they would have said directly or right away. They want to hold the money for their own priorities, and I don't believe the people are one of them. The governor boasted about giving out $2 billion, you know, from the CARES money. You know, that's not the money that was given to our government for your local purposes. That's pool money, that's other business money, that's all federal money that came in specifically for those purposes, the $2 billion. GDOL did their job by distributing that money. GITA did their job by distributing that money as well. DRT did their job by distributing their money too. We only did our job by putting out that $2 billion that was already set by the federal government on this is how it would go. The stimulus checks that DRT worked so hard to get out, that was their job to do. So now you have this almost 600 million pot, and you're going to tell us, oh, we gave you enough, so therefore it's not going to go to the people, it's going to go to our priorities, these government agencies and so forth. I don't, that's wrong.
That's what she said at the big when we first started asking about the rise. Yeah. She said, "Oh, they already got a stimulus." Senator, let me ask you this, because I mean, it's worse than pulling teeth, right? Trying to get this RISE Act paid, but here you guys come now. You're having these hearings. You want to introduce these bills. You want to streamline the process. You want to raise the RISE Act amounts. Don't you think that when the governor sees that, it's going to throw ice water in the whole process, and you're only going to empower her to say, oh, well, I was going to pay it? Because I can just totally see this coming from Adelup. Oh, we were just about to pay it, but now these senators, they want to change the amounts. They need to make up their mind. And then she's going to blame you guys like, oh, now I can't pay it because it's all up in the air because they got these bills, and we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. The governor has put the pressure back on the legislature, saying it's our fault. We're going to go to the table and we're going to work this out, and we're going to make it happen. We're going to remove the cap. We're going to our amendment also says there's no deadline as well until and then we're going to pay out this money, or we're going to tell her to pay out the money. Obviously, we can't say if you don't do this, Governor, you'll be fined. You know, we can't. There's nothing we can do. But we're a co-equal branch of government, and we represent the people of Guam. So, you know, we're just not going to sit back here and let the governor dictate to the senators what we're supposed to do. No, you're not. And we're going to push this forward. Wednesday is our public hearing for 75, and the next day is the public hearing for the speakers. Who's going to be there from the government? Thanks for letting us know that the DOA is off island, and BBMR is off island too. I guess, you know, they really make it obvious it's not that important to them. And that's just too bad. But we can move on. We can move on without them. At the end of the day, just like what we're doing, what's going to happen in August, we're going to balance the budget the way the numbers we see. And if the governor doesn't like it, well, we got 10 to override her. Just like in this RISE stuff, we can do the same thing then. But I think it's really not helping the administration by the attitude that they take on the people of Guam, saying first come, first serve. It never should have said that. That there's a cap on this money, never should have said that either. When you're telling us at the same time you have complete authority on how you're going to spend this federal funds, now you're telling us, oh, there's a cap, or we believe that there's enough money to make this happen. It's ridiculous, and it's just disappointing when we have all this money that can really help our island start once again. That this is how we're starting. Congressman Mike San Nicolas kind of said it too. Don't mess this up, man. Yeah. This is the opportune time.
I mean, look at the bright side, Senator. We can't mess it up if we're not spending the money.
Right. You know, and I'm hoping, and maybe we need to follow our neighbor islands in Saipan. There, you know, read that article online where they're looking at 28,000 local stimulus checks worth $25 million. That they're saying they're going to release before August 15th for every taxpayer, dependent, including adult child, a $500 check. CNMI, population of, is it 100,000? I'm not sure, but has already dedicated how much money they want to give to their people. And we're doing what? You know, arguing about, you know, there's a cap, who's eligible, when it's supposed to start, get a mayor's certification. Oh my goodness.
You kind of touched on it that BBMR, Lester Carlson's not here. We reported on it last night. Edward Byrne, DOA, is over in D.C. with the governor. But you know what? They can still participate via Zoom. So has anyone sent over the invite?
Yeah, well, the committee chairs will be able to do that, and the announcements are out. And I'm sure it will come from Adelup, letting their directors know what public hearings are there. Definitely, we would want them there for the questions that are the senators will need answered, and put them on the hot seat, for crying out loud. You know, man up. You know, let's face it. Or governor, just say, hey, I don't want to pay it. You know, just say that I got other priorities. Giving money and additional stimulus to people, I'm not going to do it. Just say it. You know, instead of going around in circles and circles, it's the legislature. You know, there's enough money. More people need to be added. Just say it. I really don't believe you want to pay this funds. And if you do, prove me wrong. But to continue on this we're wasting time, and there's other priorities we should be looking at. But until you can tell us what your plan is, then I got to continue to fight this. And I got better things to do with legislations that I like to get going here and focus on that and the
Senator,
resources at the Congress at our Congress or at our the legislature building.
We had asked the governor to come on this show, and however, we didn't get a response from Crystal Paco St. Augustine. But I know she was on another media yesterday, and I just wanted to read this quote that really gave me a headache trying to figure out this thing. And she's talking about the $30 million cap allotted for the RISE program. She is quoted in another media as saying, "It's a grant. It's an amount that we have looked through, and we're sticking by that $30 million because I know that when Senator Regine Bisco-Lee did that, she worked, I think, with our fiscal people to give more confidence that the $30 million would be sufficient," the governor said from Washington, D.C. And remember that the limit here is the 40,000 income level for individuals and the 80,000 is joint income filers. So not everybody is going to be eligible for this. We are the authority, and we have the administrative capability to implement our program in any way that we want, and we're implementing it in a very efficient and streamlined process. Okay. Did we get that Senator Regine clip or what?
I sent it to you.
Is that you have that
clip.
still, Joe? Because this is just, I don't know, how does the media let the governor say that without asking the obvious question, which is, well, when Senator Regine Bisco-Lee worked with your administration about $30 million for the RISE Act, it was specifically to cover payments to private sector workers. Senator Regine Bisco-Lee said on the session floor, "Gov Guam, check your privilege."
Boom.
Well, she hasn't said anything since then. Oh, where's it?
It's on my phone.
Oh, you got it? Yeah, so we'll probably play that tomorrow. Trust me, this RISE thing is going to go on for a while. Bree, it's not going to be over today. We'll get it tomorrow.
We're not going to stop talking about it until this thing is
I don't know, her comments, it just doesn't make any sense to me, because Senator Regine wanted $30 million to cover the private sector workers, not to cover the private sector workers and the Gov Guam retirees and the Gov Guam employees and the federal employees and everyone else, whoever Auntie Lou wants to give the money to. So I don't understand, she says these things that A, aren't accurate, B, don't make any sense, and no one asks her, hey, whoa, what's that? I think that's why she doesn't want to come on here, because we will ask. And not to pick on her or anything, because that's what you do. An elected official, you come on here, we'll ask you, we'll ask anybody who comes on. Mm-hmm. But sometimes that means if you're sensitive that they won't come on, so it is what it is.
That's not governing, that's not taking a leadership position. And that's just those comments cause chaos. And it's unfortunate that this is the leadership that we have now in Adelup. I do hope the governor got some great advisors around here that could, maybe some script writers too. If you're going to talk off the cuff, make sure you do it properly. To say those kind of things,
we are
you can hear the attitude come right all over it. You can hear the attitude. And I don't think that's what the people. Well, I don't want that kind of attitude, and I sure don't want to give that impression. But if you're in the leadership position and that's what you want to do, it's almost like talking down to the people, you know. And when you're talking down to the senators like that, that's what you're doing. You're talking down to the people, and that's uncalled for. All we want to do is to get the money into the hands of the people. The pool is ending in 40 some days. Back to school is happening once again. There's still people in need. There's going to be over 16 or 19,000 folks jobless, hoping to get retrained. And we're arguing about giving them some money to help them out. And you've heard on your programs all the different folks coming with their stories, you know, true life, real stories. And this is what's happening to me and my family. Can you assist? Yeah. And then the governor's office comes back with this reply. Disappointing. It shouldn't be. So as our duty, and I'm glad we got this going for a public hearing tomorrow, and I'm hoping we get as many people as possible. And if the directors need to zoom in, well, then wake up from your East Coast time and zoom in, and then let's discuss this and let's finish this and pay out the people of Guam. Those that you increase the eligibility to, pay them out as well. But get it going. You know, this delay of saying we don't have the final report. That's just a delayed tactic. These reports they're talking about, my understanding of this is the reporting requirement reports, not who you're going to pay out.
Senator, I'm sorry, I got to bump in here. We're going to go to jump over to KUAM TV, and we're going to take you with us. So stand by. It is 8 o'clock right here on the link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. KUAM TV. Here we come. Good morning, Guam. It's 8 o'clock. Good morning, KUAM TV. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Good morning, everybody.
That's my friend Jason Salas, Joe Sir on the ones and twos here. It is the link. Good morning, KUAM TV. Coming up, we have an in-depth look at news. We've also got Kevin Bautista from the CNMI Governor's Office, where they spend their American Rescue Plan funds. We'll talk about that with him.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up because these two issues are kind of tied in with the All Rise and the ARP plan. The Democratic Party of Guam, they issued a press release in response to the Republican Party of Guam press release on the lack of a spending plan. And I wanted to see if Senator Moylan had a response. Just to read a portion of it, the GOP's recent statements regarding the future expenditure of federal ARP funding are reckless, wrong, and inaccurate. Federal guidelines on how this money can be spent are not yet final, and spending that money without these final rules could result in taxpayers owing millions because the GOP wanted to spend money before the rules were final.
What is that part about, the Carlo Branch part about? It says more about their leadership than ours.
The GOP knows each of these facts, but as they prepare for a gubernatorial election, they obviously care more about laying blame than solving problems. That says way more about their leadership than it does about ours.
Ooh, Cutlow. In your face. You know, I don't know. That Democratic release, and I'm a Democrat, it's so out of touch with reality. It's so out of touch with reality. They're spending the money up in the CNMI, and the people of Guam are not stupid. I think these Democrats, they need to get out more and talk to people. They really do. I was over at Compadres Mall yesterday getting some pants hemmed, and the lady said, "Sir Chris, what about the..." And I stopped her because I already knew she was going to ask me about the rise. I said, "Ma'am, there's no application yet." She says, "Ay, nako, talk to your governor." I said, "No, that's your governor." She said, "No, that's your Nina." So people know about this. They're not idiots. And so this Democratic Party release, and I get it, they just want to fight fire with fire, and it's really not productive. but they get a kick out of it. They want to be like, yeah, well, Hank, it came for you. Go, me. That's what that release was to me. That's what it was. And I mean, after we verified that that was a real release from the Republican Party, it kind of made sense, right? People are actually calling for transparency. They're calling for the payment of the RISE Act.
Right, and Chris, that payment of the RISE Act, it's just basically it's a duplication of what we paid out with the stimulus check under the CARES check under Trump administration, and then a duplication of what the Biden administration through the ARPA is paying out to. You can't tell me you're waiting for further instructions if we can pay out our own local stimulus. It's a delayed tactic. Knock it off, right? Pay our own local stimulus. The Democrat Party can't tell us that, oh, we're concerned that if we do pay out our local stimulus, that it may not qualify. We're following the same the stimulus checks that were provided from the federal government. It qualifies. It's for the people that are affected through the COVID, who lost their jobs, who are trying to pay their rent, who are trying to pay their utilities, who are trying to pay their credit cards or their mortgages. And they're arguing that we're waiting for the final explanation. No, they seem to want to defend themselves on their actions on how to pay out funding for when they put the hotels, folks up in the hotels there. And OPA says, that was done incorrectly. But they argue their point that they said, no, it was done properly, and we stand by what we did. But now today, they're saying, no, we're going to delay this process of paying out the people of Guam as long as possible. But yet they'll argue, it's like, oh, I don't care what OPA said, we never spent the money wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong to do that. Just say, then add a loop, just say you don't want to pay it out and tell us why, ABC. But that's not happening. So we're just going to continue to fight, and I hope we get a good turnout for tomorrow's public hearing. It starts at 9 o'clock for 75, increasing the RISE payment and doing some more checks and balances on that as well, removing the cap especially. And then the following day, we have another bill addressing the RISE Act as well to get this done. We're not going to stop until we get a final answer. And that final answer seems to be changing every time. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's headlines.
Well, I'm hoping that people participate and provide comments during these public hearings. Again, they're 9 o'clock in the morning. But we were talking about Senator Regine Biscoe-Lee and her closing statements on session floor with regard to the initial RISE Act. And so let's go ahead and throw to it. And this is what she said in December of 2020.
And I ask our colleagues to heed the criticism that we felt in April from our struggling families, that we waited too long before planning, giving them much needed assistance. And this is our chance to do just that before 2021 comes. This assistance can help families buy groceries while their SNAP or welfare applications may be processed, or to save for balloon payments, for rent, for utilities, for loans. Madam Speaker, this bill will begin the process to help up to 30,000 families with an assistance check. And we were able to develop this model by standing by a decision to make GovGuam employees and federal government workers ineligible for this aid. And I understand the criticism that this isn't fair, but it also has not been fair that while our brothers and sisters in the private sector have been laid off, furloughed, and left to navigate a never-before-done unemployment program, we in the government of Guam and in the federal civil service have been sitting pretty. We've been getting, many of us, at least 100% of our pay this entire year. And as I said earlier, Madam Speaker, I think we who are in public service should really check our privilege and sit this one out.
Which, that bill was introduced, Senator Biscoli's bill was introduced months in advance, and it finally got a hearing towards the end of the year. Originally, that bill should have been heard much sooner, but didn't. But finally, at the end of the year, it did. And it's like it sat for how many months? Plus, now it's still sitting, even though it lapsed into law. And now we have the All Rise Act. And if you consider the amount that the governor is saying that it was discussed with her administration at the time of the 35th Guam legislature, just that group of individuals who were eligible, that's already close to $30 million. Yeah. And she's still using that amount to justify that's, we figured that's enough because we've calculated that before. How can that be? That's just, it's not the truth. And we should relook at this, and we can really just say no cap to this, and that will resolve the problem. Since we have close to $600 million waiting there for us to use, there's other places that have already started to use these funds as well. Like in Oklahoma, there's the Cherokee National Nation that is giving $2,000 to their citizens. And they're estimating almost 400,000 people will be eligible for this. And they quoted, "We will not waste any time in helping our Cherokee families." It's close to 400,000 people. And here we are in Guam with we're only affecting so many folks. We could easily get this out as soon as possible. And I don't think the federal government will say you made a mistake by duplicating what we did by providing your own stimulus packet to the people most needy. So come on, Governor, get back to work, or dedicate the Lieutenant Governor acting to do the job, and we'll support him.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and get into the news now after the break. We'll take a break, and we're coming back with Sabrina Salas-Matanani on The Link. Good morning.
Mount Carmel Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. Sports Link is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Catch
Watching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your coworkers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
This week's Office Party giveaway is from Jamaican Grill. Enter today to win. We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talafofo and Inilahan for Haan and Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Latte, Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyofthelatte.com. Haan and Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Latte, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenburg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find and act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
At any given moment, anyone can get infected with COVID. We've heard it many times over that it doesn't discriminate, that we're fighting an invisible enemy. We're all on the front lines, and I take that to heart. I wanted to do my part, not just for the community, but also for my family. I couldn't bear the thought of bringing COVID home and infecting my son. I also wanted to travel, be able to see my parents and my brothers who I haven't seen in over a year. Now I get it. We all have to make a choice, so whatever you decide, weigh the risks and do what you feel is right. I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
Represent the SD671 production, the whole island of Guam. This is the front line in the racial hub of the globe. Busy traffic, but forever in that slow mode. If you from Betty though, G go raw to money. I better know exactly what you're doing, getting groovy. If you from Minalahan, no maybe down in Lesu, you got the chromey smell creeping out your bedroom window. Throw your hands
Hooray! The late, great Savage K. Yesterday, well, today in the States, the 8th anniversary of his passing. Always living on through his music, and Team MCO all the way. It's 8:22, Tuesday, July 27th. Good morning. This is The Link. My name's Chris.
I'm Jason. Good morning.
Right on, Jay. What you got for us over there?
Well, you know what I've got by association, and what the Philippines now have is a gold medal, the first one in 97 years, my friends. Heidelin Diaz in her 4th Summer Games. Like, Heidelin's Olympic experience goes all the way back to, she competed in Beijing in 2008, in London in 2012, 2016 she was in Rio, and now in Tokyo. She has won the Philippines' first gold medal in almost a century. The last time the Philippines won gold was in 1924. They won 2 for the 100 meters and 200 meters in sprinting. But now, Heidelin Diaz was 3 kilograms short of the world record. And she is coached by former Guam Olympian Julius Naranjo. Julius, a friend of ours here. He's a fantastically gifted creator. He's a videographer. He is a drone operator. Again, he's a weightlifter himself, and he is coaching her. We did a story with Julius about what the experience means to him, and the Philippines win is definitely Guam's win. Real quick, we want to get you up to speed on what the medal count is right now. So here is the medal count, courtesy of NBCOlympics.com. The U.S. leads all countries with 7 gold medals, but overall, China has 18 gold medals. You can see there on your screen. The host nation, of course, Japan, introduced 4 new sports, including skateboarding, in which they won 2 gold medals. Japan has 8 gold medals, 13 overall. The Russian Olympic Committee at number 4. And then if you scroll down all the way here, you can get this list once again, NBCOlympics.com or on KUM.com. There it is. The Philippines is now golden this morning. And as Joe Sir said, Heidelin Diaz forever to be hailed as a hero in the Philippines, of course, coached by Julius Naranjo. Here is a real quick story that we did with Julius about what the coaching experience means to him to represent both Guam and the Philippines.
Former Team Guam Olympic weightlifter Julius Naranjo is in Tokyo coaching Philippines athlete Heidelin Diaz. Naranjo relocated to the PI in 2018 and started remote weightlifting with athletes.
We basically more so traveled abroad, and we worked with other athletes from different countries. It was really interesting because I got to work with one of the best athletes from the Philippines, and then I get to work with some of the best athletes from other countries, and it just broadened my perspective of how I should adjust, how I should work with programming, how I should understand how elite weightlifters are in this setting.
Julius says it's been challenging at times, but worth the work he's been putting in with the athletes. With the Olympic Games pushed back a year, the preparation was 5 years in the making.
It was quite challenging, but I think the challenge was so that it gave us more time to be the best shape and to kind of go through some of these struggles so that when we compete in the Olympics, it will be more meaningful because of the challenges and everything we have to overcome to get here.
Heidelin Diaz is an Olympic veteran who has competed in the Beijing Games in 2008, London Games in 2012, and was a silver medalist in the Rio Games in 2016. Diaz was also the first female Olympian from the Philippines to medal in the Olympic Games.
Just being here in itself is so amazing. It reminds me of the time I traveled representing Guam back in 2017 in the Asian Indoor Martial Arts Games. Just people always said that this setting, the setting back then in IMAG, was similar to what an Olympics would be. And I'm starting to see it. Of course, it's different because everyone's wearing masks. We test every day, and just following all the precautions because of the general population of Japan not being very keen on having the Olympics.
The goal for Tokyo is to win the Philippines' first gold medal. Regardless of the outcome, stepping onto the podium is something very attainable, says Naranjo. Heidelin is ranked number 2 in the world, right behind China's top lifter.
Even if there's no spectators, the amount of pressure the Olympics brings is something that you don't usually experience. And so, like, first-time Olympians usually get very nervous, but Heidelin's a veteran, so she has all the experience. So I think for where we are right now in terms of preparation, you know, I think we have a very good chance. And yes, our goals are very much attainable.
How did that feel, just seeing the Guam flag there, being at the Olympic Games, being a coach for the Philippines, but still having that Guam tie?
You know, it was always a dream of mine to qualify for the Olympics for Guam, but you know, things happen, and here I am now. So it's you know, this journey was really tough, and just to be able to step on in Tokyo, and to see, you know, my flag there, I had to stop and to take that moment to really soak it in, because I mean, yes, I'm coaching for the Philippines, but you know, I am Guamanian. I'm from Guam, born and raised. You know, and I always represent my country, and you know, and never forget your roots, right? So I am Filipino blood, so of course this you know, I'm doing this for my father's side, you know, and just trying to represent, you know, who I am, where I'm from. You know, I want to do big things for my country and for my island.
Make sure to catch the opening ceremony of this year's Olympic Games in Tokyo tonight at 8:55 p.m. on KUAM TV8.
KUAM Sports is brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Better together.
As for what is coming up on the Olympic coverage on KUAM TV8, today at 10 a.m., the U.S. has won 8 medals, 2 of them gold, as Katie Ledecky looks to be the most decorated female swimmer in U.S. Olympic history. So tune in to KUM TV starting at 10 o'clock. We've got men's 200-meter freestyle, women's 100-meter backstroke, men's 100 backstroke, and women's 100 breaststroke. Also later on today, men's gymnastics team finals. We love gymnastics here on the show, so make sure to tune in for that. And now Bree has your Guam news update.
Off a day, everybody. The Republican Party of Guam is renewing their call for the governor and her administration to show the people their plans on how she intends to spend more than $600 million in American Rescue Plan monies that Guam has had in the bank for more than 2 months.
In a statement issued by the GOP today, they question whether the governor even has a plan. The Republican Party of Guam simply asks the Leon Guerrero administration to be honest and transparent and simply advise the people of Guam on how these federal dollars will be spent. Adelup has held off on releasing any ARP money or a plan, at first claiming that it was waiting for the public comment period on the interim final guidelines issued by the U.S. Treasury to be closed on July 17th. When that date came and went, BBMR said they now had to wait for Treasury to review all the comments and issue its final rules, something that might not happen until after budget session begins. Senators like Senator Joanne Brown say, enough is enough.
We're well into past half of the year, and we still don't have a clear picture of information from the administration on how they are going to address prioritizing the expenditure of these funds.
After Guam received the $600 million in ARP money, senators in a united front and at the request from the governor submitted their spending plan and were hoping to get Adelup's in return as they map out the fiscal year 2022 budget. Speaker Therese Terlahi on the link.
It's like seeing half the picture. I agree. I don't think I'm satisfied that we're going to sit in there. We're going to decide a spending plan for $700 million while there's $600 million sitting out there to be spent, any which way.
The Republican Party of Guam, in its press release on Monday, questioned whether the governor was holding on to the money until 2022 as she seeks re-election.
I hesitate to comment on the politics of it all because that's just going to really... that people are saying that or feeling that it's very troubling. We don't have to go down that road, right? I feel like if we could just get these plans on the table and have open discussions, and then we wouldn't have to speculate as to what the reasons are.
Speaker Terlahi is now acting lieutenant governor. We asked on the link last week whether she would flex those powers and ask BBMR to give her Adelup spending plan. KUAM News has confirmed today, though, that BBMR Director Lester Carlson is in San Francisco for bond refinancing talks. And DOA Director Edward Byrne is in Washington, D.C. with the governor as she meets with Biden administration officials, including the U.S. Treasury. Responding to the press release from the GOP, Democratic Party of Guam Executive Director Chirag Boujwani issued the following statement on behalf of the party last night. Quote, the GOP's recent statements regarding the future expenditure of federal ARP funding are reckless, wrong, and inaccurate. Federal guidelines on how this money can be spent are not yet final, and spending that money without these final rules could result in taxpayers owing millions because the GOP wanted to spend money before the rules were final. Once final guidelines are known, our draft spending plan will be published, our expenditures will be subject to federal audit, and everyone will know these funds are being spent in line with federal policy. The GOP knows each of these facts, but as they prepare for a gubernatorial election, they obviously care more about laying blame than solving problems. That says way more about their leadership than it does about ours. An update on the governor's trip to the nation's capital. She met with U.S. Department of Homeland Security, acting Undersecretary for the Office of Strategy, Policy, and Plans. During the meeting, the governor welcomed DHSS's willingness to resolve the growing number of H-2B denials, including those directly related to nearly $1 billion in ongoing military projects. In particular, the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services will readily assess all administrative rules, regs, and policies that may have led to the recent uptick in denials. With more news now, here is Tyler Mazzanani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenos den Day, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. Although the 8-month wait continues for All Rise payments, Adelup has announced another major change to the program.
It wasn't through an executive order, but a press release changing a mandate in the RISE Act law requiring mayor's verification of residency. The change ends the long lines at mayor's offices of hundreds of residents hoping to one day get the one-time All-Rise stimulus check.
Hallelujah.
Just before 9 o'clock Sunday night, Adelup issued a press release announcing Acting Governor Josh Tenorio has ordered DRT to accept all RISE applications without the verification and instead verify residency with mayors after the applications are submitted. Mayor's Council of Guam President PD Mayor Jesse Allig not only praised the decision, but looks forward to future ways to streamline government services, such as improving technology at their offices.
And with the Lieutenant Governor's help, there's some money that will do this for us. And so, he's reconfirming that commitment that, we'll continue to work at getting our technology upgraded so that this information is readily available to the agencies that need it, and residents don't actually have to line up and come to the office for this type of information.
The decision to scrap the residency paperwork comes as senators from both sides of the aisle have introduced measures to streamline the application process. A public hearing has been fast-tracked and is scheduled for Thursday. All RISE applications are still not available as DRT is still working on an online application program, which they've indicated could be ready by the end of this month.
Mayor's Council of Guam employees continue to wait for their COVID deferential pay. Although MCOG Executive Director Angel Sablan was informed by the Department of Administration that employees would get paid last Friday, that didn't happen. According to Sablan, he has since been told that COVID deferential pay which will cover 11 pay periods, will be paid this Friday. The last time MCOG employees received the deferential pay was in January, when it was being paid through CARES Act funds. It's not clear what funds are being used this time around. Just 2 years after opening its doors in the Tumon Sands Plaza, Red Lobster Guam has officially closed its doors. Citing the economic impact of COVID, President and COO of Triple J Enterprises Jeff Jones says they did their best to try to navigate through this uncharted territory, but have exhausted all options and made the difficult decision to close the restaurant permanently. Outback Steakhouse, which is also owned and operated by Triple J Restaurant Group, will remain open to serve the people of Guam.
It was on Friday when we learned of the loss of CNMI Representative Ivan Blanco. With more, here's KSPN2 News.
Hofade Zantiro Guam. Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. It was sudden and unexpected, and while the story is still developing, this is what we know so far. The congressman attended a meeting at Aqua Resort this morning with the Developmental Disabilities Council. After lunch, he got into his car and minutes later rolled down his window to call for assistance from a staff member. He was guided out of the vehicle and was administered CPR. An ambulance transported the congressman to CHCC, and he was pronounced dead at 1:33 p.m. by Dr. Strickland. Blanco began his career as a press secretary for the late Governor Iloilos. After, Blanco served 6 years as the representative for Precinct 3. Representative Angel Damapon was at the hospital this afternoon and had this to say about his colleague.
Representative Blanco was a beloved member of the legislature, a beloved colleague to all of us, and especially for us in the office of the minority. He's our minority leader. So it's a big loss to the minority. It's a big loss to the Commonwealth. He was an honorable statesman, a very, very loving father, and a very, very devoted husband. And he was loved by everybody who came in contact with him. So it's a tremendous loss today for everyone. And I just ask that we keep his family and his soul in our prayers during this very difficult time. I cannot imagine what everybody's going through. This is very unexpected. Our minority leader appeared to be a very healthy individual, and to get this call today is a shock to everyone. But we will miss his service, his tremendous commitment to service and commitment to the community. We will miss that so much because he inspired us to work harder. He inspired our community to become a stronger community. And now that we will not have his presence physically with us, we will miss him dearly, but we will also be committed to keeping his legacy alive, and that's the legacy of service.
For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Limis.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Department of Revenue and Taxation confirms another batch of tax refunds will be paid out this week. 2,077 error-free returns from 2020 filed on or before April 15th and prior years, totaling a little over $6.6 million. Reventax also announcing that it processed and transmitted to the Treasurer of Guam additional EIP-3 program payments for release from April 10th through July 23rd. DRT processed over 82,937 payments totaling $216.2 million. The Guam Department of Education will be hosting a virtual orientation this Saturday for all parents, students, and guardians. The session will be conducted via Zoom and live streamed on GDOE's Facebook page. The discussion is open to all districts and will allow stakeholders to ask questions to GDOE leaders and students as they prepare to return to face-to-face instruction next month. Saturday's virtual orientation starts at 9 o'clock in the morning, and you can find the Zoom invite on our website. The Delta variant is rapidly turning America's attention back to the pandemic and driving the Biden administration to consider a third shot for at-risk Americans. Cases are up in 46 states this past week, especially those with large unvaccinated populations. Michael George reports.
With COVID cases surging nationwide, the Biden administration is acknowledging some of the most vulnerable Americans, like those with compromised immune systems, may need a third vaccine shot. The highly contagious Delta variant is spreading faster than health experts first predicted.
There's a whole bunch of people who are unvaccinated here in the heart of the Midwest, which is why I think we're kind of the epicenter of this outbreak.
But it's not just the Midwest. Florida is the country's biggest COVID hotspot, with more cases than California, Texas, New York, and Illinois combined. In Miami, Harlan McFun is fighting for his life. and regretting he never got the vaccine.
If I could recommend anything to anyone is to get the vaccine.
A new projection from COVID researchers suggests the U.S. will hit a peak in October, with daily death rates triple what they are now.
It's going to vary a lot by state, but those that haven't seen those big surges and have low vaccine are really at risk for seeing their healthcare systems overwhelmed.
Officials in Tennessee say they're resuming vaccine outreach to teens and children, just weeks after it was halted under pressure from state Republicans. In St. Louis, indoor mask mandates are back, but Missouri's Attorney General will be in court Monday to fight them. Here in New York, Mayor Bill de Blasio is urging private employers to require their workers be vaccinated. He suggested he'll do the same for hundreds of thousands of city employees as well. Michael George, CBS News, New York.
Guam has recorded 5 new cases of COVID out of 705 tests performed between the 23rd and 25th. Of the cases, 1 reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 8,506 officially reported cases of COVID-19 with 143 deaths. 44 cases are active and 8,319 people have recovered. There are a total of 5 people hospitalized with COVID, 1 receiving ICU level of care. The CAR score is 0.2. As for vaccinations, Guam is 604 shots shy of achieving adult herd immunity. Island residents can get vaccinated today from 9 a.m. to 12 noon at the Southern Regional Community Health Center or at the OG Calvo Fieldhouse from 12 noon to 5:30 p.m. With your news in Chamorro, here is Kin Conception.
Buenos updates to get soon to be tuned sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Ziman man aplika para All Rights Act sa para first of fila givisinan ni mahod para resident verification. Segundo gobyerno ni Gitapago Acting Governor si Justin Orio anunsya itinalakan na reglamento para adzu. Order ni Departamento ng Revenue and Taxation para masoto na ni mahod siya para ma-verify sanction ni man aplika sa ma-receive aplikasyon. Inuebo na reglamento sa puli mampus kadumi na tao-tao siya mamanggagaw resident verification jasan na ko ifila givisinan ni mahod. Irinresponde ni legislatura sa manahusang legislasyon para mana mas lebiano yung aplikasyon. Manatsaday kay nungog publiko no para masusede gi webes. Lotrililisur tabiya yung aplikasyon. Mafatututuin ni Revenue and Tax yung aplikasyon entry internet pad online application. Ilay niya na siyempre listo gi utuminis tinames. Mas artikulo, Distipago empleado yung Mayor's Council of Guam, mananagaya pa sa niya para COVID differential. Masay Executive Director para yung Mayor's Council si Angel Sablan, ma-inform man ni Departamento ng Administrasyon na para maapas yung empleado yung mapas na business, umana no ati matsogwi. Sigon si Sablan, masanganigwi na COVID differential pay ni kinubri 11 na pagamento sa para maapas si yes ti mamayla na business. Yuto mo na bahay naman ma-receive yung empleado yung Mayor's Council iapas differential COVID sa Enero na mes. Anay manasabi CARES Act na salapi. Tiklaro hafan na salapi pero manasabi pago na biyahe. Ima sa sunto, yung Department of Revenue and Taxation sa makonfirma no manahusong mas tax refund pago na semana no atuta 2067 na final tax no Thailand na si antes gidyakin si Gearbrid. Potolo na salapi sa 6.6 milyon pesos. Alay niya mas Revenue and Tax na ma-process dan manay Treasurer of Guam mas talo EIP 3 na salapi pero ma-release. Disti dia des Gearbrid ste dia 23 Gihulyo pago nasakan mas 62,937 man maapasi husong na tax refund na total 216.2 milyon pesos. Mas kin ni KUAM, dosan sa distiyan ay mababagi Tuman Sands Plaza i Red Lobster Guam na sagan samotso sa mahusang permanente petaniya. Sa palibidanay COVID gi ekonomiya, i Presidente dan Chief Operating Officer para Triple J Enterprises si Jeff Jones asangan na matsagito rin na sinan niya pero masagon mo na i Red Lobster Restaurant Guini kitsaguahan pero manafatsa gi itampun pesti. Lumafatina si San Maka na desisyon para mahusang permanente. I-Outback Steakhouse ni Triple J Restaurant Group sa pro kontinua mababa pero sedbi itaw-taw i-isla. Otro talogin ni KUAM News, Departamento ng Edukasyon sa parumanagwahan niya di virtual orientation pago na Sabalo para estudyante siya imanayna dyan ni defensor siya. Para makondukto yung session into di Zoom na programa gi internet da siyempre mana live stream gi play on Facebook GDOE. para mababay din diskuti para todo distrito do maseri financing kwestiyon siya para man magasi GDOE mentas mas prepara siya estudyante para di inafana na leksyon gi otro mes. I-virtual orientation sa parmatutuhin gisabalo gi alas 9 giagahan. Iyot muna suntugin ni KUAM News para paguna Martes 192 na seniors na estudyante siya sa Manzano Giazi Grad and Go Rainbow na ceremony ng Grinagdua gi Lunes gi Southern High School gi Santa Rita. Ceremony sa parado siya na estudyante ni timan magradua gi utuman eskwela sa putiman nahong credit para ma-receive diploman niya. Matulay ka do ginigap ani ma-kumple ni tourist siya na estudyante da mapatutuy credit siya numa nesesita enti eskwelan tempon somnak pat summer school. Dangkulo na congratulacion para Rainbow Class of 2021. Para Guam News Network, Guao Sikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
All right, guys, there are over 100 island businesses who have earned the Guam Safe Certified Seal of Approval, meaning that they are doing what they have to do to keep you and your family safe when you visit them. This week's featured business is the Guam Premier Outlets.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Suzanne Perez. I'm the shopping center manager for the Guam Premier Outlet. Like the overall mission of the program, we wanted to rebuild our customers' confidence as they come back to GPO to shop. We take a lot of pride in the work that we've done to ensure the safety of our customers and our employees, all while following the local government's health and safety guidelines. We proudly display our WTTC stamp on our entrance doors, on our social media sites, and on our website. Basically, it means that GPO's safety protocols are in line with the COVID-19 protocols basically around the world, and is recognized by all those in the visitor industry. And that's very important to us as well as the whole island in general, because tourism is a big part of our economy. And we are very happy to have our WTTC stamp displayed throughout our mall. Have a no mask, no entry policy, and we will continue enforcing this policy as long as we have that mandate in place by the local government. So as you enter our doors, all of our entrances are manned by either our employees or security. They will take your temperature at the entrances, make sure that you don't have a fever. They also ensure that you're wearing a mask. We have hand sanitizer stations throughout our mall, on our main level, as well as in our food court. We have directional arrows on our floors, and we put those in place so that we can create a one-way in and one-way out flow of traffic so people aren't bumping into each other on our busy days. AMI, our service provider, also sanitizes the food court as well as all high-touch areas on our main shopping floor 3 times a week with their electrostatic device. With everything that we've put in place since last year, we are 100% ready to welcome back our visitor industry. We've implemented and enforced our COVID-19 SOP for well over a year now, and we're still going strong with that. We have a system in place and it's worked for us.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
All right, we'll have more after the break.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
Catching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
All right, welcome back. 8:56. This is the link. All aboard. Let's get on the train and head up to the CNMI.
Best 30-minute flight I ever took.
Where Kevin Bautista from the CNMI governor's office is standing by. Look at you. You got that ARPA glow. He's got that ARPA shine. You look like a guy who's been spending some American Rescue Plan Act funding.
I think it's just because it's not Monday anymore, Chris. I think it's Tuesday now, so the week's going.
And you had a week off last week, so you're feeling fresh this morning.
I had a week off last week, that's right.
Kev, I guess before we get started, I wanted you to kind of wade in here to this little back and forth between the Republican Party of Guam and the Democratic Party of Guam, or the Republicans, and pretty much not just the Republicans, a lot of people just really clamoring for any kind of plan or any kind of spending of this American Rescue Plan Act funding. So the Republicans said, hey, we haven't spent the money, there's no plan, what's going on? The Democratic Party came back and was basically like, nanny nanny boo boo, your FAFA stinks. And also, everybody knows the final guidelines for the spending of this money aren't out yet. So we don't want to spend any money and then have the taxpayers have to pay it back. So it's really just reached this point where we don't even know how to address this anymore because we've had you on numerous times. And I mean, I want to say we both got the ARPA money at the same time, and you guys have already begun spending your money, correct?
Well, Hofday and Tito, Buenos, Guam, and KWM, and the folks. So, yeah, we have been spending funding for ARPA since June. You know, when the interim final rule came out on middle of May, we began working on finalizing the little tweaks that we needed to do for the spending plan and going off the federal guidance that was provided by the U.S. Treasury, which includes the following approved uses: supporting public health expenditures, addressing negative economic impacts caused by the public health emergency for COVID, replacing lost government revenue, providing support for essential workers, and investing in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So that's essentially the core element of what the spending plan should entail. And we've been doing that. We've been doing that since June. What our Department of Finance has been doing in line with that federal guidance is to ensure that we're spending this wisely. We're spending this based off of a plan that works in the benefit of the CNMI people under the governor's direction. And we're working closely to see if there's anything that we needed to do in order to fix gaps within our recovery. And again, we continue to do that in line with the federal guidance that we've had.
I just want to read this part from the Democratic Party of Guam release, and then I'll ask you a question about it. Federal guidelines on how this money can be spent are not yet final, and spending that money without these final rules could result in taxpayers owing millions because the Republicans wanted to spend money before the rules were final. Once final guidelines are known, our draft spending plan will be published. Our expenditures will be subject to blah, blah, blah. But anyway, are you guys worried at all, though? Because the Democratic Party release makes it sound like anybody who's spending money now could be on the hook and having to pay it back.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the political rhetoric down in Guam, but what the CNMI is doing is we've been planning out what we're going to be spending on ARPA since March, actually, when ARPA was already in its formative stages in Congress, and we were monitoring drafts of the bill. We were looking at what Treasury would come out with, and we also looked at how the CARES Act was implemented as well, because this is a second stimulus package. Not to say that the CARES Act and the ARPA were exactly in line with each other, but we looked at that as historical context for what we were to expect in June when we see ARPA being fully implemented. The final rule came out in May, and going back to our previous interview here on KOAM, Chris and Bree, I concluded with our Department of Finance that they've been in talks with the U.S. Treasury to see if we can put up the money, draw down the funding, spend the money based off of our needs, and they said that we're good to go. The truth is, and in all honesty, the CNMI is in a precarious position since before the pandemic. Our government revenues were shot down because of the typhoon season of 2018, and the pandemic accentuated that that financial burden on us as a Commonwealth. So we needed to come in and leverage and maximize every single federal dollar and every single federal resources that we were receiving during this unprecedented time. And we needed to make sure that we're doing this not just for the shortfall of government revenue, but for the people that needed the most. You know, we're a community just like Guam that's waiting for federal assistance. And when federal assistance came, Governor Torres, Lieutenant Governor Palacios, our administration, our Department of Finance were very proactive in putting together a plan that worked well with the legislature and the judiciary. They were all together in one room on June 4th, and they applauded the plan that we presented to them. And we were very appreciative of that support because we knew that we were in this together as one Commonwealth to push forward an agenda that benefited the CNMI moving forward as this pandemic starts to wane down.
I saw that there was a release. I think we also talked about this last time. The $500 local stimulus that you guys are going to be putting out in, was it a couple weeks here?
Yeah. So the local stimulus package that we have in place, I believe it's somewhat similar to the RISE Act. I don't know the exact details of the RISE Act, but then the stimulus package that we have in place that is scheduled to be implemented in August would be about $500 to every taxpayer in the CNMI, in the same line, under the same guidance that we've had for the past stimulus check rollouts that we've had, direct deposit and paper checks inclusive. So we're continuing to monitor that. Finance is making their final touches on its implementation plan, and we should be good to go to send that out soon in the month of August.
What's the status of you guys' tourism reopening? Because I don't know if you heard, but we had some tourists here as part of the Airbnb program.
Right. And I appreciate that question, Chris. Right now, tourism is looking pretty good right now in terms of how we're kicking off our travel bubble. So far, we have our FAM tour, our familiarity tour, and that's been welcomed very well by the South Korean market. We have the ministry, I believe the South Korean Ministry of Tourism will be on its, the Ministry of Infrastructure, Land and Tourism will be here on island this week. We had 40 people coming in from our through that FAM tour, which is just media partners, social media folks, some personalities, and some government officials. But then in our inaugural flight of the travel bubble kickoff last Saturday, we have about 92 visitors that came in from South Korea. So that's pretty promising for us, given the fact that we're relying heavily on the South Korean market to help us in the first stages as we reopen tourism here in the CNMI, here in the Marianas.
Did you ask for any comments or receive any comments from the Treasury regarding your spend plan?
Speaking with the Department of Finance, my understanding is that they've been in consultation with them since May, when the interim final rule came out. I personally did my due diligence of verifying twice, 3 times even with them, making sure that it's in line with the statute, it's in line with what Treasury allows us to do, and the fact that we work as a territorial government, as a local government that is in desperate need of federal assistance because of the loss of government revenue. We went ahead and started spending ARPA funding to supplement a lot of the losses that we've had during the pandemic, and we're going to continue to do that in the benefit of our people. And we're focusing on that as much as possible in line with the interim final rule.
How much ARPA funding have you guys spent? And then with your stimulus coming out in a couple weeks, can you just add that to the current total?
Sure. So far, CNMI has spent about $3 million of ARPA funding for various programs and nonprofits around the government and nonprofits around our community. With the stimulus checks that are coming out for CNMI, that'll be about $500 per taxpayer. I don't have the math on me right now, unfortunately. I can't do that right now. But then what that would obviously add to the current expenditure of the ARPA funding here in the CNMI.
I'm not sure if Chris already asked this, but did anyone from the CNMI government attend the June U.S. Treasury webinar on reporting requirements for the American Rescue Plan?
My understanding is that our Department of Finance has been in Treasury talks and webinars and conference calls since the beginning of the implementation of ARPA around the country.
Okay.
Yeah, I know we had a few senators attend that, right?
I'm not sure if this was the actual webinar that they attended. I know that they said that
They
they
said it was
had
something.
participated in
Yeah.
some teleconference at the invitation of Congressman St. Nicholas. But
Yeah.
you know, in this plan, which they posted a PowerPoint presentation.
Wait,
it's
what plan?
U.S. Treasury.
Oh, okay.
On the reporting requirements for ARPA money, and so by August 31st, an interim report is supposed to be submitted to U.S. Treasury, which covers the date of the award through July 31st. And then on October 31st, project and expenditure report is due. And then by August 31st, again, is the recovery plan, which covers the award through July 31st and annually thereafter. Yeah.
Is you guys the CNMI spend plan, Kev? Is it in a draft form or is it available online?
We don't have it. Yeah, so the spending plan for the CNMI has been submitted to the U.S. Treasury back in May at the very beginning of the implementation of ARPA, and so far there hasn't been any. My understanding is that there hasn't been any sort of backlash or rejection of provisions of the plan so far, as long as it fell within the categories of spending that are allowed and approved under the law, which is public health expenditures, addressing negative economic impacts, replacing lost government revenue, providing support for essential workers in critical infrastructure sectors, and investing in infrastructure, specifically water, sewer, and broadband. And we've allocated funding for those purposes.
Was that spending plan a requirement?
Submission of the spending plan from the Department of Finance to U.S. Treasury was done, and also we communicated directly with all three branches of government here locally in the CNMI back on June 4th with a PowerPoint presentation, and that was received well, and so far it's been in line with federal guidance that we've received, and everything else has been pretty running smoothly so far.
No, we remember that.
Hold on.
when
No. I gotta go back, Bree. That can't be right. I'm sorry. So you said that you guys have a plan that you were able to put into a PowerPoint presentation, and you shared it with the three branches of government?
Yes, that's correct. We did a breakdown of what we were receiving through ARPA, and shared that with all three branches of government in attendance at that June 4th meeting hosted by the governor, lieutenant governor, and our secretary of finance. And then we continue to have that open dialogue between the executive branch, our governor's office, and our Department of Finance with each instrumentality and agency within the government to make sure that whatever was allotted to them under the priorities was given, and that there was an agreement and stipulation in terms of how this was going to be implemented and rolled out.
Wait. Again, you guys have a plan and you submitted it to the other branches of government, but why would you do that when the governor controls all the money and can do whatever he wants with it? Why?
I mean, at the end of the day, this is an unprecedented time, and the governor wholeheartedly believes in collaboration with all three branches of government, regardless of the politics. For us in the administration, we're focused on rising above the rhetoric, rising above the noise in terms of what's happening around the Commonwealth and around the world, and focusing on our priorities as a government to hone in on doing best for our people, doing best for our agencies, and making sure that we can continue to make up that lost revenue so that we can bring our government back to a sustainable and stable position to continue providing services for the people of the CNMI.
And you shared this plan with the three branches of government at the beginning of last month?
That is correct, Chris.
I'm stunned.
I'm kind of speechless right now.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense. I don't understand
I mean, I don't know what the difference between Guam and the CNMI is, but we have not seen anything like that at all. In fact, we don't even believe our governor has a plan. Sorry, Kevin, not trying to make it awkward, but we're just trying to wrap our minds around this. Because I don't know if you've been following the events locally, and I know you said you didn't want to get into the politics of it, right? But I'm sure you have been following the events locally, and it must be pretty interesting to watch them play out, given that you guys are under a whole different set of circumstances up there.
Right. I mean, news that affects Guam news affects the CNMI as well, and that's the truth. I mean, we have people up here in the north that pay attention to what goes on in the south. But at the end of the day, the CNMI has been hit hard these last several years by the most devastating typhoon season we've had in our history. It's our version of Typhoon Pongsonghua, so to speak, just to make it relevant for the audience. But the focus for us was that because we're recovering heavily from a typhoon season and then getting hit by a pandemic, we need to maximize and leverage every single federal resource that we can. And that's our priority. That is Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres' priority. That's Lieutenant Governor Arnold Delesha Plash's priority. Our Department of Finance has been proactive since March, working closely with Treasury, monitoring every single guidance that comes out, including interim final rules, and making sure that we have the integrity within our processes to expend the funding that we received, and doing it in a way that ensures the essential public services of our people while benefiting the overall community, every single person who calls the Marianas home. And that's going to continue to be our priority moving forward with every single federal assistance that we receive from the federal government.
Well, thank you, Kevin. We appreciate the transparency, like totally do. Thank you.
Totally?
Yeah,
Totally. I like what you did there when you said rising above the politics, rising above. It was a little play because the Rise Act. I got it.
Well, thank you guys so much. I just want to make if I can.
You totally can.
If I can just make a quick shout out to just our brothers and sisters in Guam for the kind words and condolence messages that have been pouring on from all of you regarding the loss of one of our congressmen, Congressman Ivan Alfonso Blanco. He's actually my predecessor as press secretary. Right. So I know that the KOM family knows him very well. Former communications director for the late Governor Enos and the first part of Governor Torres' term. And then I had the honor of following in his footsteps as press secretary as well. And the show of support from Governor Lulian Guerrero, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, from Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes and the Guam legislature, and everyone else in Guam and around Micronesia. And he grew up in Chuuk, so a lot of our Micronesian brothers and sisters as well have really showed their support, and we really appreciate that. And it's been a trying time here in the CMI as well emotionally. So we really thank everyone in Guam for their show of support and their kind messages the last couple of days over the weekend. Thank you, Suzus Masa.
Thank you for that, Kevin. And we know that Mr. Blanco has definitely made his mark felt here on Guam, and we've seen it just from the comments that we've heard from some of our elected officials. We definitely thank you for your time. Very insightful conversation, Kev. As always, just wanted to fold you into this because I wasn't sure if people had heard the last 3 times you come on and talk about you guys are spending the ARP fund, and I feel like locally here on Guam, it's really reached this boiling point where it's just really threatening to run over the edges of the pot and into the kitchen. So thanks, Kev. Appreciate it. Anything in
you.
closing you wanted to add? Or are you good?
No, I'm good. Thank you guys so much, and this is Mossy. Appreciate
Okay,
it.
Kev.
All right, take
That's
care.
Oh, we had some comments. Gladys Beneventi comments. Mic drop. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, maybe the pot isn't boiling over in the kitchen. It's already ran out to the driveway.
Yeah.
It's flooding the yard. Also, Rosemary LaGuardia, that response alone from Kevin proves this administration is truly lacking collaborative working ethics. That's right. It's so sad. Honestly, it makes me sad. She also comments in here, with the governor's mixed messages, no transparency, dictator attitude daily, she has become a bigger and bitter disappointment as a leader. I really feel that. I feel like I said earlier, I don't think our governor gets out and talks to like regular people enough, because it's so easy, and you see this in politics when you surround yourself with a bunch of ass kissers and they're just always like puffing you up, you lose touch of reality. And I think that might be what's happening here, is because these people who are working for the governor, guess what? They're too well paid to qualify for the RISE Act, because they get $10,000 raises. And they make $65,000 to post stuff on Facebook. It's sad. It really is sad that our governor, I feel anyway, and I mean, I don't know, I just feel like someone really needs to sit her down and say, hey, this is what's happening out here. People are pissed off.
Mm-hmm. Can we just do the cliff notes of what has transpired?
Yes, please do.
December, the RISE Act law was enacted into law. It lapsed into law. The governor didn't sign it, but she did express some concerns with the bill, saying, it might be discriminatory because it only allows for payments for for private sector employees that were out of a job, that were furloughed. $30 million was supposed to come from federal funds from CARES Act, I believe, at the time. That was never paid out. It's been lingering and going on and on and on. The AG came out with an opinion saying, you could pay this out. There's nothing wrong with it. Pay out this $30 million to these private sector employees. Months later, we get an executive order that says, well, you know what? I'm going to expand this RISE Act to the All RISE Act, and I'm going to include GovGuam employees, GovGuam retirees, what federal government employees, you're all going to get this RISE Act. Revenue says, okay, we're going to start accepting, you need to have mayor's verifications. We're not yet at the point where we are going to accept applications because we don't have it. So all the mayor's offices, they were flooded with people. Hundreds of different mayor's offices.
Yeah. In the hot sun,
Right.
in the pouring rain.
So the senators were like, wait a minute, why you're changing the law with an executive order? So at the same time, then why don't you just lift the cap at $30 million? You can do that.
You can do that. You have the power.
But the governor's like, I'm not going to do nothing because $30 million is what the law says.
And then she had added additional comments about the $30 million cap, and she had said that Senator Regine Bisco-Lee had worked hard with her administration to set that $30 million. But the thing about that was Senator Regine probably worked hard with the administration to set the limit at $30 million because her RISE Act bill, which was allowed to lapse into law, mandated that $30 million go to private sector workers.
And if you heard in her closing statements on session floor, which we played earlier in the show, she said that it was for 30,000 affected
Families.
private sector, families. So you already know right there it was set at $30 million for those 30,000.
And the governor knows that too. I mean, gosh, she knows how to read.
Right. So just yesterday over the weekend, Sunday night, a press release comes out, again changing a provision in the law which requires the mayor's verification to just a press release saying, well, I ordered DRT. Never mind that. You can.
And that was interesting because they appeared to amend the law and loosen the requirement via a press release.
Right.
Which, I mean, wow, that is some...
Wasn't an executive order.
That's some clout.
It was just, I'm telling you to do this.
Right.
Boom, it's done.
I don't know why Lieutenant Governor Josh didn't say, I'm telling you to pay this now. He would totally get all the points.
And this comes just a few days before public hearings on bills to not only lift the cap from 30 million to whatever the governor wants, to easing these restrictions and requirements, because at the end of the day, it's first come, first serve now, according to the governor. These 30,000 private sector employees will now have to compete with all these other people to get the RISE Act, stimulus, who it wasn't initially intended for.
And I'm just saying, like, I'm not hating on GovGuam employees or whatever. Yeah, I mean, you guys got paid the whole pandemic, but I mean, if the governor's gonna put you guys in, then she's got to come with the money for it. It's really simple. We have $600 million.
But on top of all of this,
Yeah.
we don't even know when they're going to get paid because there's no plan, no spending plan, no nothing.
Yeah.
So.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating because it's, I saw something on Twitter. Some guy was like, oh, gosh, this RISE Act, we're dividing the community over $800. Well, I don't know what island you're living in, brother, but $800 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And it's a lot of money for people who needed it last year. These senators, they were late with this RISE Act. Senator Regina Viscolis said it in her floor comment. She said, hey, we waited too long. And so they went and they passed this law that the governor allowed to lapse into law, and then she just let it sit there for months. And it just further accentuates the tense relationship she's had with the private sector. I mean, going back to the pandemic, they were just all, remember, everyone was just so mad. But the bottom line is this is supposed to go to people who earn $40,000 or less, working people who need the money, and I just want to bang my head on the table because it's obvious they need the money, and I don't know why no one at Adelup sees that or even says it. They don't say anything. They're not talking to these people.
And just coincidentally, before these public hearings, our directors of the Department of Administration and BBMR aren't even here on Guam.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, when we asked who was traveling to D.C. with the governor,
we were told that it was only going to be the communications director, Crystal Paco San Agustin, Governor Lulian Guerrero, the chief of staff, John Jr. Calvo, and that the build-up liaison, Vera Tapasnia, had flown out ahead.
right? Nobody said anything about Mr. Byrne traveling.
It just really, the communications, it's a mess up there. They can't even communicate the basic facts.
I only found out by chance yesterday.
I know. It's crazy. Anyway, have a nice trip, guys.
Yep, have fun.
All right. Hey, we're going to take a break, and we're coming back. Guys, put your thinking caps on because we're going to interview a young gentleman from MIT, and they're doing a survey on Chamorro identity, the self-determination, and we're bringing them on to just kind of give a good push to that.
I was going to say in the RISE Act.
And they're not doing a survey on the RISE Act. Someone was, though. Someone was pushing a petition around.
I think it was another media.
Okay, to raise it or whatever. So anyway, good morning, guys. It's 9:25. Let's take a break. Okay, we'll be back with more of this. Yay! It's coming up next. Good morning.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talifofon, Inilahan, Farhaan, and Minagov. A great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Ladi. Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyoftheladi.com. Haanan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Ladi Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenberg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on the link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
This week's Office Party giveaway is from Jamaican Grill. Enter today to win.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hey, good morning. Morning. Set into the KUAM News Zoom room. Let's get right into it, where we have Kevin Lujan Lee and his gangs here. They're doing a survey, guys. Kevin goes over at MIT. Wow. I don't think I ever interviewed anyone from MIT, but they're doing this big survey that's focusing on those who identify as Chamorro and ask questions about what Chamorros think, what they care about, what they want for their future. And the survey is about 2/3 underway, and I wanted to just kind of jump in because I know you ladies don't have a lot of time. With research assistants, Aria. Is it Aria?
It's Aria.
Aria. Ooh, close.
It's okay.
And Nikki. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Morning on you. So let's just get right into it. You guys have been passing this survey around, seeing some of the responses, and just if you could, in looking at the data, because I know it's not completed yet, but what are some of the things that you're hearing from those people who identify as Chamorro about the things that they care about, not just today, but for tomorrow as well?
So I could just start off right there. I think when it comes to that question, it's not really what like they think. Like some of them don't go on tangents all the time on what they think and what they believe for the island, but more so questions that they have. So one of the main questions that I always get when I hand out surveys is, especially from the older Manunku, is who do you think are Chamorros? Who are Chamorros? And who should identify as them? And I feel, of course, a logical kind of answer that people usually give is what I gave, in my opinion, is they have ancestral lineage, they have blood of the Chamorro history and everything. But I found that in this research and in this survey, when I gave that answer, some people would get defensive about it. And some people would disagree with that answer and say that, what if, I actually had this one person that said, but what if they aren't of Chamorro, but they came before the Spanish? And I said, I don't think so. I think the Chamorro people are the ones that have the blood and the lineage of their ancestors. And so you just get those mixed opinions and that variety of answers when it comes to asking to take this survey, is more questions rather than opinions and answers of what they feel about being Chamorro and how they feel about the island.
Nikki?
Just like Arya said, is like it's more questions than tangents that we get. There have been a few tangents that we've heard, but it's mostly questions that we receive, and a lot of the questions that we get, it's stuff that they can answer and really speak out on this survey. And it's data that's very important to us that we really think we need to hear, which is why we highly encourage a lot of people to really say what they're thinking on this survey.
Josiah, go ahead.
Just to briefly add two things, and thank you so much to Arya and Nikki for those wonderful responses. I think, just to add two things. One, I think with this survey, we're really trying to start a community conversation. And like both Arya and Nikki were saying, different people have really different thoughts about how they identify, how they feel about the word identify, what they think about the word identity, what they think it means to be Chamorro. And we're not trying to tell anybody how to think or how to feel. We're just interested in providing a platform to begin those kinds of conversations, because we think that everybody should be able to express their identity and say a little bit about their relationship to it, however they phrase that. And the second thing is, to your question about what we can say about Chamorro identity at this time. I mean, I think we're just taking it one step at a time, and we're just really focused on outreach right now and making sure that Chamorros across the spectrum are being covered. But I defer to Josiah.
Sure thing. So in my experience, going out and talking to people regarding the survey, yes, identity is one of the core sort of conflicts that we see, where there's not only questions from the survey being answered, but it's storytelling. I met with a veteran on Saturday when we were doing recruitment, and mind you, the survey is supposed to take about 10 to 15 minutes. I was there for close to an hour talking to this one person because he had such a vibrant story to tell. And a lot of it was around how he himself felt like his identity was in conflict because there wasn't one definition that we all agreed on. And he was discussing how you hear words like the Organic Act, or maybe it's the original natives of the island, or maybe it's pre-arrived Spanish population, or the people who were there when the Spanish colonized the island. And looking at the responses that we're at least I was allowed to see, there's such an array of answers that I think that the survey is doing big steps to sort of create our first real community organized definition of what it truly means to be Chamorro.
Lofty goals with this survey, Kev. Can you take us back to the inception of it? What did your professors over at MIT have to say about this when you came up with this?
Ungan. Well, this survey was actually, this survey really started with the 2019 Native Hawaiian survey. Its principal investigator, Dr. Nakvan, worked with Kupuna, mainly Dr. Lynette Cruz, and a team of Wahine, Native Hawaiian women, most of whom were undergraduates at her institution, Hawaii Pacific University. And together, they designed this survey in consultation with community members and with, the trust and wisdom of Dr. Cruz. And together they designed a survey that was very similar, that asked questions about Native Hawaiian identity, what they care about, and what they want for their future across. And they managed to get about 1,000 respondents across the Hawaiian Islands, and that was a really big deal. And that survey did so many things, but first and foremost, what it did was build a data set that showed categorically that Native Hawaiians, at least who responded to the survey, were overwhelmingly against the building of TMT on Mauna Kea. And I met Dr. Fawn at an academic conference, as academics do, and I was intrigued. I was like, this is something that Guam could use, and we talked about it, and we worked together for almost a year before we started our consultations with community stakeholders here in Guahan, Chamorro leaders, community residents, everyday folks, just to get a sense of what they care about. And together with them, we developed this survey, and I got funding from my institution to support the survey, and we came over here and we met all of these wonderful, brilliant, talented, gracious, generous, incredible undergrads, Chamorro undergrads, who are really leading the work. But I think my institution and the professors at MIT are sort of beside the point. I think what I found is that coming to Guahan, all of these people are the ones that are educating me, and I'm not that much older than any of them.
I wanted to bring on Jason Solis because
Very
he's
grateful
done his share of research work at the college level. Jay, how big of a task is something like this?
Well, I appreciate the fact that Kevin was talking about, the importance of building the data set and making sure you have, like a strong corpus of data to work with and everything. Because then after that, you can study trends. You can say, what tends to bubble up, what are more anomalies, and and what actually is going forward. The body of work that we can build on and everything. But Kev, just let me ask you, what were some of the methods in doing this? Were you approaching this from a statistical standpoint, or is this going to be used for other purposes besides your own?
Absolutely. So I think right now we don't have concrete plans for the data, because I think the Chamorros of Guahan should decide what the data is useful for, what kinds of questions they want to ask. And something that we're absolutely committed to doing is twofold. One, to release a community report in January that will actually provide summary statistics for every single closed-ended quantitative question, and all of the responses anonymized for all the open-ended questions, and there are 5 of those. And secondly, to work again in consultation with our brilliant research assistants and community residents here on Guahan to really think about how we can translate those findings into something that's useful for Chamorro peoples here. I am Chamorro, but I grew up in diaspora, and I really, both Dr. Fawn and I are really committed to making sure that we stand in allyship and in solidarity with the Chamorros who were born and or raised.
Awesome. Now let me ask you,
here in Guam, but
I'm so sorry. Please.
Oh no, I just wanted to open the floor. I know that Aria and Nikki might have to leave, and so I just wanted to open the floor just in case you have to leave, to really share your thoughts on what you might want to do with the survey data, because you all this survey compared to all of the ambitions and goals and dreams that these research assistants have. This survey is nothing. It's a baby step, and we'd love to hear from Aria, Nikki, and Josiah.
So for me, I was actually doing a few papers on Guam when I was out at Hawaii Pacific University my first couple semesters of school. So I'm really excited to be able to use this data once it's released to the community, and all of the papers that I do have Guam referenced in the future.
Aria?
And just to continue off of that, so I'm actually not Chamorro, but I get to work with a team that's so great, and is full of Chamorros. And so as Kevin said, since I'm one of the only, it's me and Knock that are actually not Chamorro on this team, that I get to stand in solidarity and allyship with them and grow. Since I was born and raised on island, I get to support and kind of enhance and amplify the community's opinions that I grew up with, and bring them to and help them bring to the next level of what they can do and what they can aspire to be. And when it comes to the research, I actually, when I was doing the survey, I met a lot of non-Chamorros, like a lot of the Filipino community that were like me, born and raised on Guam, but loved the island and wanted to do something to help the indigenous people of the island and support them in any way towards any self-determination that they had. And I think when it comes to this research, I want to kind of apply it to that ideal on how non-Chamorros can build this allyship and solidarity with the indigenous people and kind of research in that direction.
Josiah?
Yeah, so little story is that I'm actually a recent transfer to UOG. I spent a couple years out in Boston working on my undergrad degree. I'm still in undergrad. I'm a psychology major now at UOG. But back in my former university, I attempted to write a paper in which the topic was my home island. And I almost didn't meet my source count because, quite frankly, there wasn't enough information for me. And so I think this study to me is a step in that direction, where we can get the island in the academic sphere globally. And once that information is there, we can turn it into this, Dr. Fund says knowledge is a weapon, this weapon for us to use and get our names out there so that we can be recognized for once. Not just Chamorros, but the island itself can be recognized for what it is. And I would like to see the data do that. I do want to follow up and see this information evolve eventually into education materials and outreach towards issues that are needed.
Very cool. And I wanted to ask if I could kind of extrapolate on what I was saying earlier too. Do you guys plan on making the data set an open resource where, because I'm totally loving this, how we say our fellow Pacific Islanders, maybe even not just this generation but going forward, might be able to use it for their own edification, their own research projects and everything. But you might get people from the policy making side, or you might get people like computer dorks like me, and we might use it for data science, and we might come up with all these like really cool wonky visualizations of the movement of our people and the migratory patterns, or age demographics, ethnic breakdowns, like things like that. Of course, that's all coming back to the fact of the data being like ready available. So when it comes to the data set, would you consider making this an open and freely available resource?
Hongan, yeah, I think that's something that Dr. Fon and I are taking seriously and are actively talking to our community stakeholders about. I guess two things. One, by making the survey data set an open, once we anonymize it and everything, once you make it an open data set, not everybody has access to statistical tools, and not everybody will be able to analyze the data in ways that are sensitive to its nuances and intricacies.
Sure.
And so, and that leads me to my second point. We strongly believe that these issues that we're talking about, identity, what Chamorros want for their future, these are not elite issues. These are everyday issues for everyday people, and we want all Chamorros to be able to not only participate in the survey, but also to be able to access the data and ask questions of it. And so the dream is to be able to create a data dashboard where people can just click through the data and look at the different demographics, link demographics to their responses to certain kinds of questions.
Sure.
I mean, that would all be really wonderful, and that would take the survey to the next level of accessibility, but that requires a lot of resources. And as Dr. Fon always tells me,
where do I sign up?
First.
Take my money,
I
please.
think Jason wants to work closely with you guys.
It requires a lot of resources, and that's something that we're definitely taking seriously. And so for now, our goal is humble. We want to produce that community report. We want to be engaged in the community conversation. We want to provide opportunities to make these materials accessible and understandable to Chamorros in Guahan and to all residents of Guahan, the broader Guahan community. But that we can't make any promises now because that requires a lot of resources, and we want to.
Certainly a lofty and ambitious goal, but certainly one that has a lot of value for the community. So, hopefully we can get there at some point, but I'm sure, the result of your research, certainly is not going to have a shelf life. It's going to be much appreciated, and again, reused and reused.
Going to take its proper place in the, what was that you said, Josiah? The academic sphere?
Yes.
Hey, man, once Wikipedia quotes you, man, you've got instant street cred.
Kev, what if people are listening to this and they want to take this survey? Is it up online somewhere where they can go?
Absolutely. So they can go to guamstudy.org. It's the simplest possible URL, www.guamstudy.org, and they'll be able to take it there. Our survey platform predicts that it takes really only about 10 to 13 minutes. Don't want to rush through it. But like Josiah was saying, some people just think about it and they start the survey and they look at the questions and they're like, wait, let me think about this. And then they come back, a couple of days later. But they can find it online. And, something that we're really, really passionate about is making sure that our Manamko have a voice in the survey too. And not all of them might feel comfortable using a computer or might have access to a computer, especially working class Chamorros. And so something that we're also doing is reaching out to different organizations and dropping off paper surveys, and we can just pick them up a week later, a day later. We can stay at those organizations and wait for them. But that's something that we're starting the process for, and hopefully we can get paper surveys around the island as well.
Excellent. Well, we just put the link to guamsurvey.org in our comment stream right here on Facebook Live and everything like that. So we hope it drives a bunch of respondents your way who are going to generate a ton of data that will be infinitely invaluable to our community.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Josiah.
Thank you, guys.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having us.
And it's guamstudy.org. You pop it on there. It takes a few. I got it up. Yep. So
I'll tell you what. When we do Cover Me, we'll all take the survey.
Okay.
Right now. Yeah.
Sounds great.
All right.
Good morning. It's 9:49. Go ahead and do Cover Me, which is brought to you by our friends at Burger King. Guess what? Chicken Fries Friday is back. Get a chicken fries at Burger King and say, I love, love, love chicken fries.
And you know what? Say it on a non-Friday and see what it does for you.
Yeah, just show them some love. Yeah. You never know. They might put a couple extra in there.
I love, love, love when they do that.
I love, 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 love it too. You know what is a good hack too is if you get your chicken fries and then you get your Whopper and you put your chicken fries in your Whopper.
I'll admit, I don't do that. I do that with the onion rings.
I know.
Yeah.
And then you get some onion rings and you put the onion rings in with the chicken fries.
Wow.
Okay, we're gonna do a Cover Me, which is also brought to you by our friends at Docomo Pacific. Good morning.
Sometimes I feel the fear of uncertainty stinging clear, and I can't help but ask myself how much I let the fear take the wheel and steer. It's driven me before and seems to have a vein haunting mass appeal, but lately I'm beginning to find that I shouldn't be the one behind the wheel. arms and open eyes, yeah. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there. I'll be there. If I decide to waver my chance to be one of the high, will I choose water over wine and hold my own and drive? Yeah, 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 yeah. It's driven me before and seems to be the way that everyone gets around. But lately I'm beginning to find that when I drive, the light is found. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there. Open arms and open eyes, yeah. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there. I'll be there. Would you choose water over wine? Hold the wheel and drive. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there. With open arms and open eyes, yeah. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there. I'll be there.
Okay, guys, so we saved truly the very best for last. As many of you saw, we had a tribute that we gave to one of our brothers, our family member here at KUM, Andy Wheeler. As many of you know, he is heading stateside where he is going to start a very long road. He's receiving medical treatment. So here is a clip of some very, very inspiring words from someone who is always going to be a family member to him, and we'll see him real soon. Here is our tribute to Andy Wheeler.
21. Andy, 21. Andy, thank you.
This is hard. First, I want to apologize for not being there these past couple of years. You guys have done such amazing work, and I've been able to see it from home. And I'll always be proud of the work we did here. And, you know, looking at this montage, you see the smiling faces that we have there, and that's what I'll be most proud of, you know, the way we've been able to serve the community all these years, and just spread joy and good times, help out charities, help out great causes. It's been my honor to be a part of this team, and I realized pretty early on in my career that I'm not the most talented guy in the world. So the way I was going to survive in this business and with the talented people I worked with was to show up, to be there for the team, like Chris said. And so I took every opportunity. I loved every minute of it. I wasn't always easy to work with, but I think we had a bigger goal in mind, and we all achieved that. And you guys are going to continue to achieve that. I feel like, you know, we're all obligated to help our communities and do what we can to give back, because we're so fortunate. And I count myself as one of the most fortunate guys out there. And if it weren't for the team, you know, I don't know what I'd do. If it weren't for my wife, I wouldn't be standing here with you today. So I just want to thank you all. It's been amazing, and it's hard. I'm choked up now, but I'm very excited for what's to come. I'm very excited to get this transplant done, and look forward to hopefully doing good in the future. So thank you all. I really appreciate it, and I'm always, for as long as I live, going to be proud of what we did here. So thank you.
So it's not adios, Andy. It's hasta later.